All right,
This is awesome,
here we are,
folks.
here we are. Hold on, Mr. Williams. All right, we are live now on air and on YouTube and Facebook, and we are going to be heading to the streets to get the on that side of the we continue to come to you live on NRP Media and NRP radio, right? So we are at this point, and let's before we get into the election polls and the discussion this evening, let us head over and hear what's happening or what we are about to do on an evening like this. This is our after election day panel discussion. And of course, it's going to be happening right here on this station. And you are going to be part of all of that. We're glad to have a panel here with us this evening, and we're going to be looking at all of those things that are coming up on board in just a moment. So stay with us, Mr. Williams. We are going to be bringing you on momentarily to give us what's happening over there in Portland right after this.
Not on TVG, I want a different station. But on a station, I want Christian station from Manchester.
News, sports, the weather, and top of the line Christian music will be taking it to the streets during this local government election. Join our team of reporters as they traverse the hills and valleys, the nook and crannies to give you the latest happening, the voter turnout, the rivalry, the excitement, and more. This local government election day, Monday, February 26th, the counting on the election night, and yes, the celebration on the day after the election. Who will it be? Be there with NRP by the hour and by the day as we bring the news from the field to your ears. And now, over to our hosting studio.
Thank you, Genevieve, for that. Thank you so much. And with me this evening are some very important persons. We're going to be just introducing them and take you to the street. But for the sake of what's happening this evening, we have online our host of the panel, none other than Lawyer A. Bishop. We also have our co-host Philbert Amiel and Sheldon Hansen. We also have Gaston Williams over there in Portland with us. And we have our guest on the program as well, Brenda Ramsey, a former mayor of Mandeville in Manchester. And of course, we hope to be joined later on with some other persons coming on board. But I'm not the host of this segment. I'm just doing the studio work at this moment. So we're going to be heading over to Gaston Williams, who has been on the road since morning, bringing reports to us. What's happening over there in Portland, Gaston?
Well, I am over in the Buff Bay division. That's Western Portland. The member of parliament is Darrell Vaz, and they have a number of candidates running over here. But right now, from what I just heard, credible source, you know, you have people on the inside who can pass information out that the JLP, they have won the Buff Bay division so far. That's what I heard. It's credible to an extent, but the noise was very loud a while ago. It's calmed down a little bit. I guess when they heard that information, they erupted, but it's calmed down a little bit. I also heard from credible sources that for the first time in 34 years or something like that, the PMP have lost the Portland Town division. Those are information that has to be validated, but this is what we are looking at. This is in the Buff Bay division. The crowds are out in all their glory. The counting stations are sealed off, so we can't get around there. But what we're seeing here is just incredible. This is probably the first time I'm getting involved in crowds like this. But it's fun, it's exciting. There's no war, there's just friendly banter. As you can see, walking here it is, there they are. Come on, turn on the light. Yes, there's they are coming. This is the JLP section, and the noise is almost unbearable. I want to believe that the information given is correct, because the noise is up here, and down this side where the PMP are gathering, it's very subdued, as you can see for yourself. There's no noise down this side.
All right.
So this is what I have for the time being.
Thank you so much, Gaston Williams over there in Portland. And as you would be so much aware, then we will have to validate all of that and get the official information from the Electoral Office of Jamaica in terms of what's happening. The scores will be rolling in just a while. But at this time, I'm going to be handing over. I had some things prepared, but I'm going to forego that and ask that lawyer Bishop, who is the host of this section, that she will take over from you. And we're going to do it in fine style one more time. We'll go back to playing that promo, and then it's over to lawyer Bishop.
The National Religious Partnership Media and Radio, your primary Christian source for news, sports, the weather, and top-of-the-line Christian music, will be taking it to the streets during this local government election. Join our team of reporters as they traverse the hills and valleys, the nook and crannies to give you the latest happening, the voter turnout, the rivalry, the excitement, and more. This local government election day, Monday, February 26th, the counting on the election night, and yes, the celebration on the day after the election. Who will it be? Be there with NRP by the hour and by the day as we bring the news from the field to your ears. And now, over to our host in studio.
Welcome to all our listeners online on YouTube, on Facebook. We're happy that you're able to join us. NRP Radio, nrpmediaja.com. And indeed, we're here to look at the results of the local government election. Well overdue. It's overdue by 3 years. And we'll bring you information within the hour. As in terms of the results, we have persons on the ground in various parishes across Jamaica that will share the information as we proceed tonight. With me, my co-host, Mr. Sheldon Hanson. Say hi to our audience, Mr. Hanson. Mr. Hanson, can we get a shout out from you, please? Okay, he seemed to be having some technical challenges. Also with me, go ahead, Mr. Hanson.
Yes, good evening to Radio Jamaica and those who are tuning on Facebook and YouTube.
Thank you. We have also with us Dr. Philbert Emil, pastor and counseling psychologist of 390 Training and Consultancy Service, to discuss with us the cultural aspect of how Jamaicans select their leaders and their members of parliament and their councillors. We are also joined by former Mayor Miss Brenda Ramsey, former Mayor of Mandeville and former councillor of the Belfield Division in Manchester. And joining us in the field in Portland is Gaston Williams, our reporter. Of course, we'll be looking at the 14 parishes, and we have over 220 constituencies, several participants who are eager to find out the results of this event, of today's local government election. And I know that both parties and their supporters are very excited to ascertain the result or to get the information. So we are here to give you the information as we get it from the electoral office and to discuss the issues affecting local government. Over to you, Mr. Hanson.
Okay, thank you, Lady Bishop. And once again, welcome to each and everyone who is joining us on Facebook and YouTube. So this evening, as Lady Bishop had mentioned, we will be looking at our local governance and how important it is regarding to our country, and if they actually been doing a good job over the years. So I'm excited. And trust me, I was on the road today and there was so much excitement out there. So just imagine how the supporters have been very excited. So I'm looking forward to the evening. And so as a result comes in, we will share them with you. And I hope we will have a good discussion this evening on our local governance. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hanson. Before we dive into our discussion, I'm just going to share some facts with you in terms of the legislative framework that governs our local government process. So the Parish Council Act of 1887 is relevant. The Kingston City Corporation Act of 1923 and the Municipalities Act of 2003. So the local government falls under the Ministry of Local Government and Community Development. There are 14 local authorities, 12 parish councils, and 11 of those parish councils are single tier. Kingston and St. Andrew Corporation being a single tier municipality. Portmore Municipal Council, which is located in St. Catherine, is the only second tier authority, local government authority. What are some of the powers of local government? To raise revenue through property taxes. So, it's important to pay your property taxes, right? So if you have not been doing so, we encourage you to do so. They also raise funds from license fees and fines and transfers as well from the national government for specific purposes. What are some of the responsibilities of the local government? To manage infrastructure and for poor alleviation. They also share in the responsibilities with the national government for services, such as environmental services, health services, water supply, and the management of development projects. So we understand the importance of our local government, and it's important to elect the right team to run the municipality in order to get work done and for them to be effective. We're going to invite Dr. Philbert Emil to share with us how Jamaicans vote in terms of the psychological aspect of how we choose our leaders. Dr. Emil, are you able to chime in on the discussion at this time?
Good night, Madam Bishop.
Thank you.
And Sir Sheldon and all other persons on tonight, good night. And to our viewers, those on Facebook and the other social media platforms. The local government election is pretty much important to our society. It plays some critical role in terms of our overall development, how we function as a nation, and it coordinates central government functions with local government functions in the form of, when you look at, for example, like building permits and licensing for, as you said, projects. So it plays some critical roles in terms of how it advances the development of certain aspects of our society. Now, when you look at all of that, you get an eye in on its value, its importance to the whole scheme of societal development. And so it is important to understand the culture behind voting. Even though a local government election is not supported and it does not have that sort of voter turnout as does the general election, but I think both of them run along the same lines when you look at the psychology of it and when you look at the campaign strategies, when you look at how they select leaders, the selection of leaders, it runs through the same process. But there are some critical things that happens in that process. And when you talk about, for example, the cultural imperatives as it relates to a family and how the votes are dispersed. You look from family to communities to regions, and you'd hear them talk about dyad and all of that. You have communities that are PNP strongholds, are JLP strongholds. These communities are just riddled along a particular line, and there's a cultural pattern in it that is not going to change because it is intergenerational. So one generation is JLP. You might find one person out of that family being PNP, and vice versa. The family is PNP, and one person out of it is JLP, and that culture continues into eternity or infinity, where that family, that community is just JLP or PNP. And so there are some critical things, though, that are done when it is neither here nor there, or it splits down the middle, or it is what we call undecided or uncommitted. And you'll see where music and the appeal of the leaders, how important that is to influencing those persons that are sitting on the line. So choosing the right candidate is important to the entire process. Also, a critical component of how one party will go ahead of the other party within a community or across is the whole thing about financial aid. How it influences it. And you talk about things like the MP giving away farm work card, and how that impact the family dynamics, how it impacts the wealth structure of particular families who are able to go away, and what that means in terms of voting, or in terms of swaying a community, or in terms of swaying a family. Because once somebody can get that financial opportunity, because it is not just an opportunity to go abroad and work, it's an opportunity where persons look at how is it that they can send their children to school, how is it that they can send them to college, how is it that their social status or the status quo of the family can improve, or the wealth structure is impacted. And then you have another tier of that same framework, which is scholarship. Some politicians give a lot of scholarships to persons, or aid, financial aid to persons who are going to school, who want to go on to study, go on to tertiary institution to study. They give them scholarship. I remember in the 80s, or further in the 70s and 90s and all of that, the PNP would give away scholarship for persons to go to Cuba and all of that. I think the Jamaica Labour Party does that as well. So that sort of financial assistance, those are selection criteria to pull people to one party or the other. And the psyche of it is that they continue to appeal to them from that financial perspective. Also, when you look in and along the financial domain as well, you must recognize the funeral grant, or these politicians, they come in and they help with the funeral package, the dead yard, the 9 night, all of that. They're doing little small projects like raising some chicken. You'd have them giving away a cow, and they would give 50 chicken and 2 bags of feeding. All of this are critical components in how people think about a particular political party, and how these acts, these financial acts, sort of guide persons into choosing or become a diehard JLP supporter or a diehard PNP supporter, because everybody know that the bread and butter thing helps in the process. Critical also is the component of the slogan, or the sloganize the campaign, and the music that they use, and the message that the music send to go along with the slogan. And you listen the GLP was in the last election, it was prosperity, and it comes over to this election, and it's time for a change for the PNP. Those slogans and the music that is attached to it to influence persons, and how catchy the lyrics are, how catchy the rhythms are, those are critical component, and those are psychological factors that appeal to the emotion of the person and the thought process of the person. And these are very, very important parts. The delegates and the delegates relationship, we call them area leader way back in the days. They are more sophisticated in terms of how they refer to them now. They call them delegates. All these people interact and rap with the person, the different families, and when they get a liquor, we used to call them bulwark. They call them by different names now. When they get the liquor projects, or they give them out to sway the labor, the person who is a part of the Jamaica Labour Party, and to sway the person who is a part of the PNP, to pull them over, or they use these projects to manipulate the vote. All of these forms critical underpinning of the psychology of voters within Jamaica. I'll stop there for now. So those are some of the cultural imprint as it relates to the psychological pieces for Jamaican electorate and politicians.
Thank you, Dr. Emil. I'm going to ask our former mayor, Brenda Ramsey, to weigh in on what you have just said. Being a counselor herself, and she would have observed, or she may be able to speak to some of the statements you made in terms of how persons choose their leaders. Ms. Ramsey? Ms. Ramsey, are you with us still? I'll ask you to continue, Dr. Riley, until I'll try and get Ms. Ramsey through another mode. Thank you. Dr. Emil, can you continue, please?
Okay, I thought you said Dr. Riley, so I was wondering if Dr. Riley is on. I thought you said Dr. Riley, so I was wondering if Dr. Riley is on.
No, he's not. He's on my mind. Forgive me. Okay. Could you proceed, please, Dr. Emil?
Yes. So the candidate selection, the candidate must have a buzz and can selection, the candidate must have a buzz and can a buzz. And can incite a buzz, whether the community is looking for somebody who is intellectual or somebody who can interact with the people, that social capability to interact with person on a level to drum up the support. So they use different mechanisms from time to time for different communities, because some communities, they want someone who is intellectual, but they also want someone with the interpersonal relationship skills. And that is just a critical part of the process, how people are able to socialize and get down into the grassroots and influence persons from an emotional perspective, appeal to their emotion, that they can be drawn to them. That sort of charisma is a critical part of the political process when it comes to candidate selection. So some community might be more comfortable with a lawyer, some community might be more comfortable with a sports person, some community might be more comfortable with a doctor. But overall, whatever the profession is, whatever the need of the community or needs of the communities are, the critical thing about it is that whoever this person is, they must be able to appeal to the persons, the critical persons, the movers and shakers in the community and the grassroots people in a significant way.
So, Dr. Emil, you're saying that the candidate should have charisma and be multi-talented in terms of his or her personality to be able to appeal to a wide cross-section of potential voters?
Those are critical pieces of the selection criteria. I know Madam Ramsey is more astute and will share some of her knowledge with us. But those are critical component of the selection process, because it's politics. And if there's no charisma, if there's no interpersonal relationship skills, or you show up at the funeral, whether it is PNP or JLP, or you show up, some of the things you say, or you interact with the person, or when the person might not be the same party, but the sort of empathy that you exude, so that the persons can know that I am not of your party, but I can feel your pain, and I will share in the pain process to bring about healing and wellness to help you to recover. All of those are critical pieces.
Thank you, Dr. Emil. Miss Ramsey, you have heard from Dr. Emil and the psychology of how persons choose their leader. Can you just share with us from your experience as former mayor of Mandeville and former field division, what has been your experience in terms of how your supporters choose you as opposed to the candidate of another party? Go ahead, Ms. Ramsey. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening to the listenership and to the presenters. I concur with everything that Dr. Emil has said. It is ever so true that empathy, the ability to be able to bond with people, to communicate, are very essential in how leadership is chosen. But I want to expand a little on the whole matter of central government and local government and how the relationship affect outcomes. Certainly, in a constituency where you have a member of parliament of one party and councillors of the same party, that constituency stands to benefit far more, because that MP is going to see that any assistance he has will go through or in collaboration with how his councillors operate. There's also the fact that councillors, although they are the closest form of governance to the people, it is not really appreciated. And I tell you why. It comes right back to where this member of parliament and council governance. The lines, although they're supposed to be drawn and demarcated, you find that central government, and this is now my opinion, does not really believe in local government. Why do I say this? Central government treats local government like an orphan who ought to be grateful for whatever is handed down to them. We have been talking about the functions, and those were laid out by Dr. Emil. Those functions are the things that affect the everyday living of not just the poor, everybody. And yet they are not treated in a manner as if they are important. You find that issues arise because funding is an issue. Levels of authority is another issue. Communication is another issue. If you are to get anything done through the local government, you have to go through central government. The planning issues is not there alone. We are talking about social housing that is splintered off now, where the poor relief used to be able to handle a lot of the housing issues. You now have from central government, it's being now tailored into something where you have the minister and the prime minister who go from constituency to hand over a house or two houses. How does that counselor fit into all of this? He just becomes an echo. And people do not see their function as being anything that is relevant to them, because here it is, the MP steps into their role. We have been talking about decentralization, and we have been talking about entrenchment. And successive administrations, they have talked and they have not put one thing in place to make that materialize. When was the last time you have heard any minister of local government or the prime minister put in tangible ways the vision for local governance? Have you ever heard anything in Parliament when we have these great debates? And what does the minister come and talk about? Achievements. And those achievements are not necessarily their achievements, but they boast about them. So we are in a bind where they're expected, these municipalities are expected to perform, but they're expected to perform without the necessary technology, manpower, finance. And so the expectation levels of the citizens are not being met because they cannot deliver with what they are now functioning with. So my gripe with it is that we should allow local government to be a level of governance that has authority, that has the regulations that can support what they're to do, and the punitive measures that they can take to be able to function. I'm going to give a little simple example. If you talk about street vending and what it means, and all our towns and all of these things are overrun by street vending, to get some order into that, sometimes you have to get almost brutal, let me put it that way, quote unquote. Because when you take a vendor to the courts, the municipal courts, you have charged them and they walk into court, the fines are such that they come with a wad of money ready to pay already, and next week those are the same ones that are back in there. When was the last time that these fees and these charges were, up so that it could be more meaningful and be a deterrent for these people? So to me, local government is just being treated poorly by central government, and yet they're expected to perform and to deliver the quality service that our citizens require. And so it becomes very difficult. It's frustrating both for the representative and for the citizens, because neither get what they really need to be able to function properly. Those are a few remarks that I would think. I myself, I consider it when you're learning to drive, and when somebody says that it is essential that you drive to be able to carry out your function, and yet all you're allowed to do is side steer. So when are you really going to be proficient at what you do if every time you step into that vehicle, there's somebody sitting in the driver's seat? It cannot work. They must be given the autonomy that is necessary, and the oversight must come from central government, not for central government to micromanage the municipalities. Thank you.
But question, Madam Branzi, can central government operate effectively without local government though?
No, they cannot, but they do take the praise. They do take the praise, because when you get into parliament and you're making all your big speeches there, how many plans have been approved? How many areas, roadways have been paved? Who takes the credit? Who takes the credit? It's not the local authorities that it go back to. If you want something done, you have no powers to do it. You have to go work through a ministry to be able to get anything done. And approvals have to come from them before you can effect certain things. It should not be that way. You're a legitimate level of governance. So give them the authority to do what they ought to do and let the people hold them responsibly if they are not carrying out those functions in a manner that is acceptable and to the optimal level.
Okay, so the fact that local government comes under central government, what level of power do they have though, in terms of carrying out their duties?
Some are very limited. We are general tax gatherers. That's how I see it. Because when you do the property tax, it goes to central government and they share it according to how what the municipality collects is not necessarily what it gets back, you know, because there are other smaller municipalities that do not generate that level of tax. So you take off some of mine and you give it to somebody else. And so what should be coming back to your municipality to do what ought to be done is cut. Do you understand where I'm going?
Yes, I do understand where you're going. But for the purpose of the listeners, please explain the terms of decentralization.
Decentralization will mean that, for example, in the municipalities, they are the local board of health, and under the local board of health will come certain functions, hairdressers and barbers and so on and so forth. There ought to be some autonomy on the part of that local board of health to be able to direct operations in those local situations. But when they come to meetings now, all they do, they come and they bring a report as to what they have done. Do you understand? You cannot say, well, you ought to do this. No, their instructions come from up the top. So unless you have a body that is cooperating and are willing to cooperate with the council and become that bonding and that cooperation, you're not going to get the level of service. I remember when I was in council that we had outbreaks from time to time of these various mosquito infestation, water, and so on. And our council, and others have done it too, we provided the vehicle, we provided some foggers, we provided some funding, and the health people and officers went out together. Now you hear, oh, we have done this area and we have done that area. What is the input of the individual representatives to say, my area needs this priority? So these are things that when you splinter off these things, the municipalities don't have any jurisdiction over the sanitation, you know. They don't even come and say to the council that this is our budget, this is what we plan to do, this is what. You have to call them just like any other citizen to say, this area has not been collected. How can governance be that way, and then you expect the councils and the municipalities to perform?
Madam Ramsey, please hold that point as we heading to our first break and return momentarily.
Okay.
The National Religious Partnership Media and Radio, your primary Christian source for news, sports, the weather, and top-of-the-line Christian music, will be taking it to the streets during this local government election. Join our team of reporters as they traverse the hills and valleys, the nook and crannies to give you the latest happening, the voter turnout, the rivalry, the excitement, and more. This local government election day, Monday, February 26th, the counting on the election night, and yes, the celebration on the day after the election. Who will it be? Be there with NRP by the hour and by the day as we bring the news from the field to your ears. And now, over to our hosting studio.
The newest and most riveting and engaging discussion program on biblical matters. Once again, right here on nrpmediaja.com every Sundays, 8 to 10 p.m. It's all about things you know, things you thought you know, and things you're not truly sure about. nrpmediaja.com, reaching you where you are, no boundaries, no limitations.
Hepburn's Glass Supplies is the latest trend-setting supplier of glass and mirrors in the industry. We specialize in tinted and clear glasses as well as mirrors for all your windows, doors and closets at very competitive prices. To maximize your shopping experience, we stock 316 and 1/8 mirror thickness and 316 and quarter thickness in our entire stock of float glasses. We have in stock gloves, cutters and suction cups at unbeatable prices. Our customer service is second to none with same-day cutting for your specific measurements. Visit our office at 13 Chisholm Avenue, Kingston 13. Call us at 9080962 or email hepburn.glass@gmail.com. Hepburn's Glass, quality service is our priority.
VW Investments Company Limited, Christiana Main Street, Spaldings, Clarendon. Quick exchange, no hassle, best rates. Call them at 876-964-0604 or 876-964-9370.
Hi, I'm Genevieve.
And I'm Kalisha. And we are the Chryso Praises. You're listening to NRP Media and Radio. Reaching you where you are. No boundaries, no limitations.
Welcome back to our listeners on NRP Radio and nrpmediaja.com. Thanks for joining us on our YouTube channel and on Facebook Live. We have in studio with us my co-host, Sheldon Hanson. We have Dr. Philbert Emil. He's also a pastor of 390 Training and Consultancy Services. We also have the beautiful Miss Brenda Ramsey, former mayor of Mandeville and former councillor of the Belfield Division in Manchester. And she shared with us a few moments ago about the decentralization of local government. And we will continue to put her on the spot for her to continue to share as an experienced council mayor, former mayor of her division in Manchester, her parish. Miss Ramsey, based on what you said earlier, do you agree that there's a need for legislative reform of our local government legislation? And I had identified about 2 or 3 earlier. You shared that having a car, but we're not being allowed to drive is part of the problem and the issues we're having at the local government level.
Yes.
And
Yes.
based on the fines that we are having in the parish court, it doesn't make sense. I'm paraphrasing. So
Yes.
do you think there's a need for legislative reform at this time?
Total reform. First of all, I believe that local government should be entrenched in the Constitution.
Okay.
It cannot be that any minister, any government, anybody can get up tomorrow morning and say, we do not need local government as another tier of governance. That is the first thing. And yes, if you do not allow persons to perform to the level that they are going to be expected to, because the public is looking on. And we are at fault because we do not explain enough to the general public the issues that we have, the difficulties why we cannot, the difficulties why we cannot deliver the services. We need to be able to get out there. And that is one of the things I blame the municipalities for. We need to dialogue more with people because they have an expectation which we are not meeting in many cases. And they do not know why. So they're saying, we don't need these people. Why are they there? And the MPs continue to just lord it over because they have the monies and they have the programs. And so the people see them as the real leaders and the parish councillors as just there doing nothing. And yet they are the first persons. If you have a dead, as Dr. Emil said, they call you before they call the undertaker. If they have a sick, they want to know what can you do to be able to help because they see them. They don't see the MPs as often. So, something needs to be done. And that's why I'm saying that central government does not believe. And if they don't believe in local government, other than just tax gatherers and hewers of whatever and fetch whatever it is they want to do, they're handymen. This thing will never work. When you go to other jurisdictions outside of our country and you see how local authorities perform and the sort of power they have to be able to make legislation, carry out functions, plan their whole city, we don't have that here. There's no confidence by central government being displayed that local authorities can do the job. And that is half the problem. So if they don't have that confidence, how are the people going to have it? 22% turnout, even after so much, let me say, hype by every level, prime minister or leader of opposition, all ministers or whatever out there, 22.5. Why? We must ask ourselves that.
Based on your last comment, Miss Ramsey, do you think
I'm not hearing you?
Are you hearing me better now?
A little bit better.
Based on your last comment, do you think there's a need for more public education in terms of the role and responsibility of local?
And I'm not just going to blame central government for that. I think the local authorities need to sell themselves better and to let people know what it is to expect of them. Because if you don't tell them what you can do and what you cannot do, they're going to be expecting you to do everything. And when you don't deliver, they say, well, don't bother with these people. They don't have any use.
But question, Madam Ramsey. Does the people really know what local government is really about, though? We the people, do we really know what? Because everything we think about is the government supposed to fix road, the government supposed to give us water, the government supposed to fix street light, the government supposed to collect garbage. do we really know that these are the things that the local authority, as in the local government, they are the one who really in charge of doing all of those things though?
They don't. And I'm telling you, that's why I said before, the functions, many of the functions are being splintered off and given to other bodies. Because, for example, when we talk about garbage collection, the councils don't really have the power. They no longer fall under the council. They're a separate body that are out there. The councillors have to make their representation just as any citizens would call. They do not even come to some of the municipal meetings. So you don't even know what they are doing. What are their plans? What are their plans for this year? What is the collection route? What is the timing? What is the schedule? You can't have this sort of a break in communication and then expect that things will function normally. So these are some of the things that are causing us to look as if they are incompetent, but because they are being held responsible for things over which they have no control. Street lights, you merely report those that are not functioning. You send that report to central government. They are supposed to make a deduction based on a formula that they have to say, well, we're not paying this amount of money because so many street lights have been out. Therefore, they would not be burning that current. You don't even know what that deduction is for your parish. So you see what I'm saying? The function.
Seemed like we had a little break in transmission with Madam Ramsey, but I believe she was getting to where the government, central government, need to hold Jamaica Public Service accountable for the street light that's not working. So therefore, it's not just about central government, but it's about the role that they also play in the other authority that comes under central government. So I hope Madam Ramsey can rejoin us so we can continue that discussion.
Indeed, we have joining us Mr. Gladstone, who is on Gaston Williams. Mr. Williams? Mr. Williams? Okay. Based on what
I think he's connecting Madam Moderator.
Okay.
Bishop. I think he's connecting. Gaston, are you back with us now? What can you tell us and show us what's happening over in Portland?
No, I lost connection a while ago and I'm back, but nothing much. The same continues like it is, even though I've been hearing unofficial report that the JLP have won all 9 divisions. That is unofficial, but credible sources though. I'm not exactly. I can't say yes or no to that one. I'm still checking.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm going to be touching base on the road myself in a few, so I should be able to have some feedback in terms of Northeast Manchester in just a while. So the discussion will continue, and I will join you at some point to see what's happening on the street. Go right ahead, Madam Bishop.
Before you go, Mr. Nash, can you share any updates you have received from the Electoral Office of Jamaica with us, please? You're muted.
Thank you very much for that. Right, I'm saying that I have not seen any updates yet. I've been checking the website to see where they would have that would come up. I'm still checking, and as soon as that information shows up on my screen, then I will definitely bring that to you. My able assistant daughter, who is also part of the NRP family, will also be doing some checks. And if she has that information, she will bring it up to you on the screen, not seeing all any of the updates yet. So let's continue with the discussion until that shows up on the EOJ, Electoral Commission of Jamaica's website.
Thank you so much. We'd like to say a big thank you to VW Investments. They're located in Christiania and Spalding in the parish of Manchester. We'd also like to say thank you to TG Auto Supplies, located in Spalding on the Clarendon side. So we have with us again, Sheldon Hansel, co-host, and Dr. Philbert Emil of 390 Training and Consultancy Services. We also have Mr. Gaston Williams, who is on the ground, coming to us live from Portland at the moment. And he shared some unofficial reports that the JLP has taken 9 constituencies divisions so far in this, our local government election results, coming to you live on NRP Radio, NRP Media, JA.com. We're streaming live on our social media platforms, YouTube and on Facebook. Dr. Emil.
One second, Dr. Bishop. This is NRP Media and Radio. The time is 8 p.m. All right. It is now 8 o'clock right here on NRP Radio and NRP Media. Reminding you that we are on YouTube at NRP Media JA and on Facebook as well. We hand back now to moderator Bishop and the team.
Thank you so much, and welcome again to all our listeners who have joined us on radio, YouTube, or on our Facebook pages as we discuss the election results live. Dr. Emil, we have heard from our former mayor and councillor in terms of her views on the decentralization of local government from central government and having local government being entrenched in the Jamaican constitution. So it's not left to the will of any one party, but that it is a constitutional entity, so to speak. And you have shared with us earlier from a psychological perspective, how Jamaicans tend to vote. Could you continue, please?
Thank you, Madam Bishop.
Thank you.
Just want to piggyback on a few things that the former councillor would have mentioned. As it relates to the last point she was making, was a point on communication, and she spoke about the lack of communication. I wonder though, if there is not a strategy behind communication, we would have evolved from the culture where persons were not able to read and could not think adequately along certain critical lines, and so they were manipulated, and it is clear here that those same patterns are continuing. A lot of persons don't know the efficacies of local government, and so what you find is that once they don't have the information, once they are left in the dark, then the politicians can manipulate them, make them vague and promises that cannot be fulfilled or cannot be fulfilled within a reasonable time. And so you find that they use the lack of knowledge and the lack of information as a tool, as a vehicle to political power. And communication has to be changed, and what is communicated and the way it is communicated has to be changed. It is a critical part of how politicians become powerful. by keeping persons in the dark. And we understand the psychology of that. Once you don't have enough information, then you can't make informed decisions. You make decisions based on what you're told, or you make decisions based on emotions. And we know what happens when you make decisions based on emotions. In counseling, we refer to it as facts or feelings over facts instead of facts over feeling, where facts, you are making the decision based on a factual account rather than you're making the decision based on feelings. And so that is something that has to be looked at as it relates to how we reform the whole process. How do we sensitize the public? What type of information we need to feed the public with in order to get the public up and understanding what central government is all about? I do agree with the counselor, the former counselor as well, with Madam Ramsey, as it relates to the whole thing about central government having its own authority and autonomy to function from a constitutional perspective, from a constitutional platform, rather than on the winds and fancy of the politician. And she made mention of the fact that you see the prime minister and a couple of ministers going around giving out oaths, taking charge of the whole social welfare platform, which is a critical part of local government. So when they have the authority to just go in and just take over these roles, it affects the psyche, it affects how people see them, how people perceive the party, because they know that these are instruments. They know that these actions, these presentations can sway persons and can influence a wider cross section of persons to vote along particular party lines. And it doesn't matter which government who is in power. If once this happens, it is strategic and it is to achieve a specific objective. And so these are some of the things that Madam Ramsey spoke about, and how these will influence, voters, not just in that particular community or parish, but island-wide.
But Dr. Emil, question though. Would you agree though that this generation has moved away from the dilated PMP and JLP and really in a sense of able to make their own decision, not like our forefathers, our mothers, who used to be the dilated PMP and JLP though?
The socio-economic reality, and if you look at the psychology behind voting now and campaigning and all of that, the socio-economic dynamics tells us no, or it brings to the fore the person's ability to buy the vote or to pay for the vote. And just today I saw something very interesting where this young miss on, I think I saw it on Instagram, IG, where this person was saying, well, I am having a function and so on, the JLP give me 3 bags of chicken. If the PNP come here right now and give me 4. So persons are voting now, and the politicians, it is clear that there has been a shift or people vote, and the politicians have been influencing that. So vote buying seemingly is becoming a significant component in determining election outcomes. Who has the most money? And we have been seeing that trend over a number of elections now. Who has the most money? They are the likely one that will win the election. So I don't know so much if persons are not voting the same along party lines, because the culture still continue. But whether it is dominant, yes or no, it is yet to be seen. But campaigning now is about who can give the most money. And that is why Madam Ramsey, when she spoke about that, the whole thing about the prime minister and a couple of ministers, you would understand better that the power dynamics as it relates to influencing votes and voters, it is all about who can pay for it. So it's a bread and butter type of politics on the dollar.
So in a sense, then, we're still not at the place where we need to vote on what central government need to be doing for us in the constituencies, in terms of the road need to fix, street light, the water, garbage collection, the sweeping of roads, and all of these things. We are not at that place where we really need to be voting on those things. It seems like it's still vote buying. That's where we're still at.
She said people are switch from one party to our next party. If you look on the politician, probably tomorrow, Andrew Town, PNP, and all of that. Me a vote for where me can get. Bad word always are going to be there and then can't fix that right now. You know, that was sort of the essence of her conversation. So a lot of persons are not focusing on those real issues. Persons are focusing on the bread and butter situation. How me pick the yoga school. Who can give me one little money if you do one little business? Who can give me one little money so that me can go buy one here? And people are voting on these lines. What they can get. Because if you listen to what she said today, she said, listen, election come once every 4 years. Me not see them again. After now, once the election done, me not see them again. So me have to take what me can get now. Now, that one person is a subset of a wider whole. It does not represent everybody who votes, but it's a subset of a great whole.
Sorry, I need to interrupt.
Go ahead.
All right, I'm out in the Christian era at this time. I'm just trying to switch my camera to give you an idea as to what is taking place out here. All right, and so it's a lot of walk it. Right. So what's happening here now? Right. We have a lot of excitement. This is the town of Christiana. As we're coming to you live, showing you what's taking place. There are a lot of persons here. We're making our way to the counting center at this time. JLP and PNP are all here. And I hope you can hear me. Right? I hope you can hear me. They are
clearly.
Friendly bantering taking place. But we find that we're moving into the situation at this time where the vuvuzelas are going off, and we're still going to make our way. We're going to make our way into the area. We will try our best to see if we can bring some information to you. And we'll try to see if we can get some kind of responses from one of these persons that are here. I see hugging up taking place. What is happening here? What is happening here? What is happening here? What is that? What is happening here? A lot of excitement. You have you received? Have you received the official result? Has it been said yet? All right, that's for the Christiana division. All right, so the people here are indicating, if you are hearing me, that there's a new person that is in place. As a new person in place, we are making our way to the election center. And in just a moment, we should be able to tell you what is happening. We are going in the direction of the counting center, which is at the Christiana police station. That is where it's all at. And this is the kind of crowd that you are seeing coming out of Christiana. Normally, in a general election, the Jamaica Labour Party's colors would have been very prevalent in this part. But as we speak, it's a change of the guard, as the people are suggesting. And here they come again with another of the banners of one of their candidates. So that is what's taking place in Christiana at this time. Ladies and gentlemen, panel, back over to you. I'll come back to you momentarily.
Thank you so much, Mr. Nash, for bringing us live coverage from Christiana, Manchester. We appreciate it. Thank you so much. Continue, Dr. Emil. And welcome back, former Mayor, Miss Brenda Ramsey. I believe you were saying something, Dr. Emil, or was it a question from Mr. Hanson?
I was responding to the argument or the question put forward by Mr. Hanson as it relates to the whole thing about that all persons are voting no, you know, and I was just sharing the IG information that is out there, you know, as it relates to persons, the bread and butter reality, and we are in a time where persons, not a lot of persons, are seeking employment, and because there are subtle ways of gaining immediate income without going out and working hard, and if this is one of those vehicles, I know persons will lash onto it, and the politicians will lash onto it as well and use it as a game changer, because once they have the dollars, then they can command the results of the election. So it is critical that authority and autonomy becomes an imprint of the electoral process as it relates to the local government election, where, as Madam Ramsey said, you know, it is in the Constitution. So do it all. But then again, the truth about it is that no matter what we do along those lines, people are going to vote, Sir Anson, for the bread and butter reality. I have 10 picnic, and a politician come and give me a liquor start. Who you think me will vote for? And me I make sure say the picnic them. Vote for them. As long as they live, me I make sure say them vote for them. As long as I am alive, me I say, listen, man, you see what they are, so other politician they give me this, other party they give me this. That is how that cultural imprint on the family, that intergenerational culture as it relates to party alliance is formed, and that is how it is maintained. So every politician right across the world, knows that when you look at politics across the world, every politician knows that if you can appeal to someone financially, you are likely to have them and their entire family. Thank you.
So, Dr. Emil, we know that that is a reality that you have shared, but how do we, and welcome back, former Mayor Ramsey, how do we change that cycle? How do we break that cycle? It was Bob Marley that says we need to emancipate ourselves from mental slavery. None but ourselves can free our mind. Because based on what you have shared, it seems as if some of us are enslaved to the freeness that is vetted out to us by the politician to keep us making the same mistake over and over when you have politicians who may not be doing much in their constituency.
That is so true. But the enslavement will continue as long as access to education becomes commonplace. And when I mean access to education, I mean at all levels. So we have to see the whole thing of someone moving from high school into tertiary institutions much easier. The whole platform has to change as it relates to our early childhood spectrum. So better teachers, better pay for teachers in the early childhood institution, better structure. So there has to be a reform across several platforms in the education domain. And so once you have those changes taking place, then you are going to see persons who are better thinkers, can think for themselves, don't think along the bread and butter line, because they can afford to feed themselves, they can afford to make decisions and back those decisions from a pocket perspective. So there are a lot of things that has to be fixed, and education is one of them. Better paying jobs right across the board. And when they start to happen, you will start to see better thinkers, people who think more with their heads than with their stomach. Thank you.
So Dr. Emil, in other words, we the people, not exactly me though, but we the people no longer vote on structure in our country anymore. It's all about the popularity for the people and what we can get out of it until election time again.
I wouldn't want to say that is the general pattern. And I wouldn't want to speak in a definitive way without the statistics. But from what you see on the ground, I want to agree with you, because there's a pattern. What percentage of the population that pattern represents is not known, but there is a pattern. And once it is at the grassroots, then what you'll find is that what happens at the grassroots, because the grassroots is the bigger part of the pie. You know, when I was doing my MBA, you know, the professor said, academics is like a triangle. The broader part is at the bottom. So when you're doing your first degree, Lord, then kill you with work. And you have a whole heap of course to do. But as you go up, you have less courses to do. More work, less courses. So it is like that. So as long as we can change the power dynamics in terms of intellectuality and in terms of skill development, more jobs becoming available with better pay, then we can start to change the whole platform. and persons at the bottom can become smaller. Because a big piece of the pie now. And a lot of times, you know, Sir Anson, just before I hand back the mic to you, a lot of times, the way, the patterns that these grassroots people demonstrate, sometimes it influences those at the top. Because when you talk about the contract, the road contract and all of that, and the sponsorship to the political party, and what the sponsorship brings back in, cast your bread on the water and you find it many days hence. What it brings back in, what the tide brings in, all of that happens at the upper echelon among the movers and shakers of society, because that sometimes is how they become and remain movers and shakers. Giving $1 and pulling in back 100. So the dollar value is a significant component on the psychological spectrum of how persons vote and how persons choose leaders.
Thank you, Dr. Emil. In May 2009, the former Prime Minister, the Honorable Bruce Golding, tabled Vision 2030 to Jamaicans as part of the National Development Plan. And Vision 2030, hopefully, is in 6 years. So I'm going to share with us the 4 strategic goals of Vision 2030. Jamaicans are empowered to achieve their fullest potential. 2, Jamaican society is safe, cohesive, and just. Jamaican's economy is prosperous. And 4, Jamaica has a healthy natural environment. In relation to what you have shared.
I'm back with you.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Mr. Nash. Are you with me?
Yes, we are hearing you clearly. Proceed.
All right. Stand by, please. Stand by. All right, so we are here. We're standing on the veranda of the courthouse. The results are preliminary at this point, but we do have one of the person who is one of the presumptive winner. As you will know that they will be told in formally what's going to be happening after this. This person that is standing before us is Mr. O'Neill Evans, who, based on the scores that we have received, would have defeated the person who, from the Jamaica Labour Party, who would have won in the last local government elections, Mr. Desmond Harrison. Mr. O'Neill Evans, react to us quickly in terms of how you feel about what's happening this evening.
People have spoken. It's not my way.
Okay. All right, and because you're standing beside some of your friends, what do you have to say about what's happening here? Yes, David. You tried very hard, David. You tried very hard this evening, and you have succeeded, have you? Yes. Tell us how you feel. Mm-hmm.
Because this victory is for the understand the vision.
Mm-hmm.
And the God's glory where the things
you by the preliminary score, you are at what, 1632? Is that your score?
Yes.
Right, compared to, sorry, that should be 1804 compared to 1632. Right, right. And so you're going to be hard getting down to, running off on the pavement right now.
Right now.
Yes.
Because we have first out of this thing. It's something that
Okay. I want to thank you very much. Please. All right. So stay right where you are. We're just going to do another photograph with you. As we grab another interview, this time we're going to try to speak with Mr. Valentin Wint, who is the Member of Parliament caretaker for the area, for the People's National Party, and he's here. Have you done that? All right. So, Mr. Wint, thank you so much. Let's just grab this tape over here. Just hold that in your hand, please. Right. Tell us, Mr. Wint, you worked very, very hard. You were in this constituency a while, and you came back, and this is the result in terms of the preliminary results that we are seeing here. How are you feeling?
Well, I will say to you, the candidates and the teams worked very hard. This was not an easy one for us. And I will say to you,
yes, go ahead.
The teams made the necessary effort.
Yes.
Put in the necessary work. It was proper coordination. And we came away victorious today in total victory. And I must say congratulations to the individual, because they really work hard. It was a hard task to achieve. I want to assure this constituency that we will go for the president because we're not going to leave them alone. They are team proud because the teams in Northeast Manchester have been victorious.
Okay.
So God be the glory.
Yes. Thank you so much.
Great things. Yeah.
All right. That was Valentin Wint, the Member of Parliament caretaker for the constituency of Northeast Manchester. And they're making their way down now, having been given the preliminary information in the division Christiana, as well as in the Wollaston division. Only Craighead, they were not very lucky in, but we're making our way. They're being met by jubilant supporters as we move. As we move back to the outside, it's somewhat dark. The police have things under wrap, but here we are in the area. It's all celebrations in the area right now, Sister Bishop, and I'm going to be making my way to follow the audience, to follow them to see where they're heading from here. So you could take it away a little bit, and then we could rejoin you in just a while as we make our way into the crowd. Thank you. With them at this time. But it's a sea of orange. It's a sea of orange here in Christiana. And we're going to ask that you kind of ask Mayor Ramsey to give us our feedback on the whole matter as the celebration commences here in Christiana. This is a night for the People's National Party. And somebody says that's another upset. You're live on NRP radio. You're live on NRP media, YouTube and Facebook. Look at the crowd. Look at the crowd that is going down. Look at the crowd that is going down the streets of Christiana. For a long time, this has not been the case. For a long time, this has not been the case. And they are celebrating. Based on the preliminary results, they are celebrating. And NRP Media is here to bring it to you. What a night in Northeast Manchester. 2 divisions to 3. 2 divisions to 3. And even the JLP are celebrating that they have not lost it all. All on NRP Media. All on NRP radio. YouTube and Facebook Live. We're bringing it live to you. You couldn't ask for anything more. They say in Christiana, this is a blast, as they would say from the past. A couple of years ago, the constituency was in the hands of the People's National Party. Now again, though with the Jamaica Labour Party still in charge at the parish council level, you still have these persons having come out and voted. And Sir Brooks, bless you, we're live. Right. And so we're bringing it to you. Take it away a little bit. Let me do something else and come right back to you, Sister Bishop, in studio.
Thank you so much. We were joined by Mr. Leon Nash, Communication Officer of NRP Radio, NRP Media JA. We're streaming live on YouTube and on Facebook. With me, co-host Sheldon Hanson. We have Dr. Philbert Emil, accounting psychologist of 390 Training and Consultancy Services, and former Mayor of Mandeville, Miss Ramsey joined us earlier. She has seemed to have lost connection. We'll get her back shortly. Before Mr. Nash.
Before you go any further, Madam Bishop, I know you were making a presentation regarding to 2030 vision that was tabled by our former Prime Minister. But the question I would like to throw out there is how important it is, though, for our local, as in council, to live and possibly grow up in the era that they represent.
You're suggesting that the councils should be from their respective communities that they are seeking to be elected in?
Well, it's not that I'm suggesting, it's a question I'm asking. And because the fact that you live there, you know what is happening on the ground. Because election day finished today and you don't live in the era, then you leave out of the era and you don't return until another 4 years' time, basically, or 2 years' time. How about how important you think it is for the person who are representing the people lives in the era or come from the era, actually?
It's on vision. Well, okay, I believe it's important. However, Jamaica as a country, in terms of the geographic location, distances between parishes, it is small and persons can travel between the respective parish from, if they're in St. Catherine, but their constituency, St. Elizabeth, with the toll, it's a quick drive. But I can appreciate that a council would be more effective if he's on the ground on a daily basis within his constituency. He'll be able to reach his constituents members easier. He's more reachable, more accessible.
Or is a case where he will be able to give more representation, the fact that he is on the ground as well?
Yes, definitely. Okay. But Dr. Emil, you're still with us?
Yes, I'm still with you, you know, but I'm just sort of switching between the election coverage on TVJ and what is happening here, you know.
So give us an update from your side, from what you have, because we're still not getting the information from the electoral office. Mr. Hanson, do you have any information from the electoral office at this time?
No, I'm not seeing any update, and I'm actually still going through their website, and I'm not seeing any update there at the moment.
I was just looking at the update for, or listening to it rather, for a couple of them, where Kingston and St. Andrews seem to be heading down the road of the PNP, and there are some seats that were won by the JLP. A number of them have been reclaimed or won by the PNP. So it's still early days.
It is.
we watch to see what happens in terms of whether or not the JLP will remain in charge of the parish council, or the PNP will take over.
But based on the preliminary reports thus far, there seem to be some upsets in certain parishes.
There seem to be some upset, and the trajectory of the upset seem to be heading in the direction of the GLP. So the PNP seem to be on the upper, and there is a big celebration at the PNP headquarters, based on what was shown a while ago. So, they seem to have a sense of victory. It's still early days yet.
It's still
But
early days.
they are celebrating, and they are out there and enjoying it. I figure they have not had any taste of victory for a long time, and so the PNP, they are there celebrating. The GLP, they are more in a samba mood, you know. So let us watch and see what is going to happen and how this one unfolds.
Definitely. Dr. Emil, I was sharing earlier Vision 2030. I'm sorry we don't have Miss Ramsey on. I'll try and get her back on. And Sheldon. I'll just repeat it for our listeners. So Jamaicans' goal in Vision 2030, which was launched by our former Prime Minister, the Honorable Bruce Golding, in 2009, being a 21-year plan for our nation. And we are 6 years away from that plan, right? Jamaicans are empowered to achieve their fullest potential. 2, Jamaican society is safe, cohesive, and just. Jamaican's economy is prosperous. And 4, Jamaica has a healthy natural environment. In terms of what we have discussed in terms of local government and the fact that their hands seem to be tied by central government, how effective or how ready are we to achieving Vision 2030 in the next 6 years? Taking each goal separately.
I think
Mr. Hunter, Dr.
you'd have to remind me of the goals as I go along, but
All right, very well. Let me share goal number 1 with you.
Mm-hmm.
Jamaicans are empowered to achieve their fullest potential. Remember, you spoke about the hand-to-mouth mentality and the freeness from the politicians, and the politicians keeping persons in the dark. And if they're not informed, we need to be informed to make informed decisions. So let's take it from Jamaicans are empowered to achieve their fullest potential. The way our politics is now, are we empowered to achieve our fullest potential?
Empowerment here is sort of relative, because it would mean different things on different fronts. But one of the things, as Madam Jones said last night, when you look at the demeanor, you'd see a sort of demeanor where persons are in your face, it's mine. And when you look at social media and the sort of posture that is being presented as it relates to wealth and wealth creation and the posture, you can just go out there and take it. And you see persons are doing that and doing that successfully. Scamming is one of the things that divorces itself from any relationship with political handout, and a lot of persons are warming to it across several countries in the world, and the drugs and gambling and YouTube and all of these are wealth creating platforms. And so you find that when you look at those are making waves, and you look at the underground economy and the impact that it is having on the general economy, or the formal economy. You realize that productivity whether it is aligned to the legal and moral structure of productivity or productiveness, you realize that it is doing something. So, hey, America and these first world countries, when they find persons who are engaged in these illicit activities, it becomes, when they seize these monies, it goes right back into the formal economy and impact it. Now, it is happening to the same extent in Jamaica. To what extent does that impact our level of productivity? The tourism sector and several other sectors are on the up. So productivity, the productivity index is sort of pointing upward in a number of industries. Whether or not politics will interfere with them and pull them back down is something to be seen. Whether or not the politicians will allow local government to further contribute to further establishment of these critical industry is something to be seen. Because one party might give it its clear mandate and another party might pull it down. But this whole 2020 vision, 6 years, is a short time to achieve productivity. Based on our political climate and our politicians interfere, and when one party change, another party replaces it, then we have a lot to see, because there's a lot of slip between the cup and the lips.
Could you repeat that, please? You said there's a lot of
there's a lot of slip between the cup and the lips.
Okay, I hear you.
And
okay.
to add to what Dr. Emil just said just now, that's a new one to my ears.
We are back with you.
Yeah, go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Right, we're back with you. As I said before, it's all excitement here in Christiana. Vuvuzelas are going up like crazy. They have managed to change course on the governing party in the area. And we are going to see if we can find out from the normal person on the road how they feel about what's going on. Would you like to talk to us? How you feel? Right? All right. All right. So that lady's up on the top there celebrating. Right. All right. It's all a celebration. How are you? All right. Giving us a view, but it's so noisy. You can't hardly hear what she's saying. But it's a celebration in Christiana. It's a celebration. How you feel? How you feel, sir? How you feel? Yes. 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 All right. So he says, leave the town. He said, leave the town. How do you feel, Papa? How do you feel? How do you feel? Yes. Right. How do you feel? How do you feel? All right. The celebration, 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 celebration. All around you go, everywhere you turn, it's celebration. This information, how you feel? How you feel? Uh-huh. Yes. Yes. All right. All right. It's a little bit the dark side. All right. All right. Hold on. Hold on. All right. Find that. Go, go. Thank you. Yeah. All right. Okay. So celebration all around. Celebration all around. How you feel? How you feel? How you feel? How you feel? Huh? What's that? What's that? Yes. All right. Okay. We're just moving. We're just moving and checking what the people are saying in the area. NRP doing it for the world. As we come to you live out of Christiana in Manchester, Jamaica. Sorry that we have put some kind of hold on the discussion, but we're going to come back to you in just a moment. Look at the traffic all the way from the courthouse, all the way down. It is still a celebration. It is still a celebration. It's still a celebration. How do you feel? How do you feel? How do you feel? Yes. You went out hard. Yes? All right. Very well, very well, very well, very well. Here goes. All right. All right. All right. All right. All right. All right. So we're making our way down. And just another few more stops. And then we head it back to studio as we make it down Main Street in Christiana, Manchester. You would have heard by now that the People's National Party has been victorious in 2 of the 3 divisions in the constituency. And as a result of that, there is a massive celebration. I'm making my way all the way down into the town center. Normally on an election night, it would have been a green sea. Now it's an orange color all the way down. As we walk down the streets, there's no way for passage of motor vehicle at this time because it's blocked. And here they are celebrating in the heart of Christiana. It is indeed our pleasure on the National Religious Partnership Media and Radio, broadcasting on the platforms of nrpmediaja.com, on our YouTube channel at nrpmediaja, and Facebook as well. It has been our pleasure to bring it to you. The panel in studio will be analyzing the scores. The information will be coming up on the Electoral Office page in just a while. But look at what you're seeing in the township. And let's hear from the people for the last time as we broadcast out of Christiana in Manchester, Jamaica. Miss Bishop, you are seeing the audience. You are seeing the display of what is taking place all around that you look. It is orange color all around. All around.
Indeed. Indeed.
And we're bringing it to you. We're bringing it to you. And yes, all kinds of language you will hear coming through. But here comes another man who is doing the job over there in Christiana. Right? He is a YouTuber. How are you, sir? At a time like this, when you are hard at work, doing your job, how do you feel to be broadcasting this? Normally it's a sea of green. Now it's a sea of orange. How do you feel? Uh-huh. Yes? All right, all right. And he says time come as well. All right. So we're going to be closing our mics, keeping our cameras open. And then we're going to be asking that you continue with the conversation back in studio. Back to you, Ms. Bishop.
Thank you, Mr. Nash. Mr. Nash is our communication officer, NRP Radio, streaming live on Facebook and YouTube and nrpmediaja.com. Live coverage from Christiana. And it seems
just an update, Madam Bishop, if I may.
One moment. Go ahead, Doctor.
I just went back in to look at the television, and by virtue of what is said, it's the PNP has won all seats in the 7 seats in Hanover, and by virtue of the conversation, I looked at what it is at the GLP headquarters, and it is empty, like a ghost town, by virtue of what I was seeing on the television. and there is pandemonium at Belmont Road headquarters, from what I'm seeing. And by what they are saying, the election seemed to have been won by the PNP. Early days yet, but by virtue of the trend and the losses, the seats that they have won, they seem to be way out ahead of the Labour Party. So
And there are 223 seats.
Just what I'm seeing from TVJ. That's not a personal.
We appreciate that update, Dr. Emil. We appreciate that update. Keep us posted. So we will go back to the discussion on Vision 2030. I believe, Mr. Hansen, you were making a comment.
Oh, thank you very much, Lady Bishop. Oh, yes, as I was.
All right. I Christian and Division. Going to pay me. Why? Toto man is too much of Toto. He has to go. He has to go home and take care of his great-grandchildren. Time comes. Power to the world. Thank you, gentlemen.
We're still receiving up-to-the-minute update from our communication officer, Mr. Leon Nash. He's on the road in Christiana. And it seems as if, unofficial report, it seems as if the PNP have won that division. And as we heard from Dr. Emil, the report coming out of another media house is that the 7 seats in Hanover so far are in the hands of the People's National Party. It's still early days. We have maybe another, it's now almost 9 o'clock, another 2 hours or so to go. So we will, continue to bring you the information as we receive it. Before we continue our discussion, we'd like to recognize our sponsors, VW Investments. They're located in Christiana and in Spalding, and also TG Auto Supplies. They're located in Spalding on the Clarendon side. Go ahead, Mr. Hansel.
Yes, thank you very much. So as I was adding to what Dr. Emil was saying regarding to our productivity in our country and meeting 2030 vision, I don't think we're at the place where we will actually meet the target for 2030. And I say that is, if you realize even our labor market, they're actually importing persons in our countries. So therefore, the importance of our labor market is not at the place where we can say to bring up our productivity. So I don't think we will actually meet the 2030 vision productivity where that is concerned though.
Thank you, Mr. Hansel. How do you propose, or what suggestions do you have for us as Jamaicans to realize that goal? What advice would you give to our government, corporate Jamaica, to help us achieve goal 1, this aspect of our Vision 2030? And same question to you, Dr. Emil.
I believe it's not about becoming a doctor and a lawyer and nurses anymore, as you said, to our full potential. I believe we need to move from just telling our daughters and sons, you need to become doctors and lawyers, and nothing is wrong with that, Nothing is wrong with that. But we still need masons, we still need mechanics, we still need all of these persons. Those are essential works as well too. Because if a car break down and you don't have mechanic, then that means you can't move around, right? So therefore, it's the only thing I could suggest to our government is make it accessible where persons can learn a skill, which they have been doing.
All right, back with you. Sorry to interrupt.
No, you're not interrupting at all. Go ahead. Go ahead, Mr. Nash. All right, we're going to continue until Mr. Nash joins us again. Again, we'd like to welcome all our listeners on NRP Radio, nrpmediaja.com, on our Facebook page and on our YouTube channel. In studio is Mr. Hanson and I'm Anne-Marie Bishop. And we are also joined by Dr. Philbert Emil, pastor and counseling psychologist of 390 Training and Consultancy Services. We had in studio earlier former Mayor of Mandeville, Miss Brenda Ramsey. And we hope that she'll join us again later as we progress through tonight's program. We're looking at local government election and the results. We have on the ground Mr. Leon Nash, Communication Officer of NRP Radio. Welcome to all our listeners. And rejoining us, welcome back, Dr. Emil. Our sponsors are TG Auto Supplies. They're located in Spalding in the parish of Clarendon, and VW Investments. They're located in Christiana and in Spalding. Over to you, Mr. Hanson. Thank you. You're muted. Dr. Emil, do you have any more reports for us?
All right. While he is getting that report, we're speaking to a gentleman over here in Christiana, Manchester. What's your name, sir? Earl. Yes. Earl, that party was not your party. And it's not your party. Right. But they seem to have won based on the results. How you feel about this? Mm-hmm. So the cheers is good. Yes. What you have to say? Yes. All right. So you're out here and nobody's interfering with you, because we are all Jamaicans. But you think that the change is good? All right. Thank you very much, sir. All right. Very well. So there you have it from two supporters of the Jamaica Labour Party. They are out here in the audience, and they are saying that the change is good, right? And we are going to be making our way out of the space now, right? And to head back to studio where we can, pull up the results see what the electoral office is saying to us, and see where the national. Oh, I should tell you that based on information that I have received, we are told that in the Portmore section that the People's National Party has retained, based on the results that have come to us. If that is not so, then up to moments ago, the results that we have is that the PNP polled so far 57,147 votes to the Jamaica Labour Party's 42,468. That information was just fed to me from a source that is close to what's happening in the Portmore municipality, in which we have the Jamaica Labour Party's candidate who is by himself a newcomer to the situation, to the politics. Markland Edwards was his name, and still is his name. And based on information, the PNP had polled far ahead of the Jamaica Labour Party in the Portmore municipality, retaining the mayorship as of the results that we have. Once again, 57,147 to the PNP, and Portmore Jamaica Labour Party's 42,468. That's the information that we got out of that area. But we're still here in Christiana, and the celebration is continuing. The celebration is continuing. Celebration is still continuing, and whether or not they're hanging onto the side of a vehicle or they're hanging out of a vehicle, it is still what is taking place. They are not necessarily saying we don't care, but they're heading now into another area of the constituency. I'm told that they're heading into Cobbler. Why Cobbler? What is significant about Cobbler? All right, so they're telling me that they're heading to the division, and probably we may need to head in that direction as well, to just give you an indication of what is taking place. So we're going to head it back to studio, and Mr. Abel can provide you with some details as he has garnered in terms of the results that have been coming in on the national scene. Over to you, and we will join you momentarily.
Thank you so much, Mr. Nash, for bringing us live coverage from the streets of Christiana. Mr. Nash is the communication officer for NRP Media and NRP Radio. Thanks to all our listeners who have joined us on our YouTube channel and on Facebook. We appreciate you sharing with us this afternoon, this evening. Dr. Emil, do you have an update for us in terms of any information coming out of the Electoral Office of Jamaica at this time? Dr. Emil, you're muted.
I was just looking at the screen.
Okay.
The election is too close to call. Still, it is favoring the PNP. If you while in Garner 98.9, it's a tie there at Garner so far. So I suppose you can see the screen. Can you see it?
No, I'm not seeing the screen. I'm only seeing the
This aggregates a little bit in St. Catherine. Of course, we know that there's Portmore. Portmore would have 12 divisions there. Too early to call, Mr. Brown?
In St. Catherine, well, we're still just at 87.6. So I'm not too sure where the other 13% coming from, but let us have it.
And as it relates to the municipal corporations, too early overall to declare, except for we're seeing that.
Did you see anything? So it's difficult to call it. They're saying it's too early to call, too close to call. You know, early on TVJ, the panelists were saying it seemed as if the PNP has won the election, but by virtue of what we are seeing here, it's still too early to call.
What will be evident, though, Dr. Emil, that
is
it
that
so far
seems like the trend
it will
is
be
in the direction of the PNP.
Right, but it's still early days, but it seems as if it will be a close election at the end of the process.
Yes.
I suspect it's now 9 o'clock, 10 minutes past 9. And I suspect we may have another 2 hours or hour and a half to go.
Yes.
You know,
I'm in agreement with you.
so as you said, it's still early days.
Still
so we
early
will
days.
continue the discussion and revisit the count.
I think I'm going to leave you now, though.
If what?
I think I'm going to leave you now.
All right. Can we just finish up the Vision 2030 before you leave, sir?
I might not be able to finish it.
Very well. We
But
appreciate
remember,
your
I promise you a shorter time because I have something preparing and I
Yes,
definitely need to get a go with it. All
all
right?
right.
Take
Appreciate
care.
your
Team. Hello, team. Are you hearing me?
Yes, we're hearing you, Mr. Nash.
Right. We should be having the director of elections coming onto the platform in just a moment. Please look out for him. It's coming on to just give you a quick update.
Yes.
Close the mic.
So, Lady Bishop, you could re-mention the second, therefore, aim for
our
Vision
audience.
2030 for our audience.
Yes.
So we can continue the discussion.
Yes. Again, we'll remind you that Vision 2030 was launched by our former Prime Minister, the Honorable Bruce Golding, in May 2009. It being a 21-year plan for national development. And we mentioned 4 strategic goals of Vision 2030. And we already discussed goal 1, which speaks to Jamaicans are empowered to achieve their fullest potential. And we agree that without education, job opportunities, and good health system, we are unlikely to achieve vision or goal number 1. Goal number 2, the Jamaican society is safe, cohesive, and just. When we think about safe, we're thinking about a police force that is not compromised. We're thinking about transparency. We're thinking about a Jamaica Defense Force where also provide some safety and security for our citizens. We're thinking about a Jamaica Constabulary Force that respects the rights of its citizens in terms of when, in stop and search, for example, and the way they handle citizens when they're arrested and charged, or when they're even stopped for allegedly breaching road traffic offenses. That's part of the safe issue. We think about low crime rates, not what we're experiencing now. Also, when we speak about just, cohesive and just, we think about a justice system that is fair, unbiased, and persons have their day in court. What are your thoughts on it, Mr. Hanson, as it relates to goal number 2, the Jamaican society is safe, cohesive, and just? We know that our police force is here to protect, serve, and reassure.
Well, that is the motto. But in recent years, we have not been receiving that from our police force. But I think they have improved though. But to add to that is our borders. We don't build gun in Jamaica.
Interesting.
Yeah, but every month or every other month we find 50, 60 guns coming through our ports. So we have to find a way.
That is reported.
That is reported. Yeah, it's reported. Yeah. So we have to find a way how to stop those guns from coming in our country to keep our country safe. That is one of the way in which we're going to help to get safety where we can sleep with our doors open. That was promised to us in 2016. We have yet to sleep with even the grills open, much less the doors. And it's not because we the citizens don't want to, but because the guns are going into the wrong hands. They have a saying that guns don't kill people, people kill people, but that's not just true. Because we have been having a lot of gun violence in our country.
That is true.
And it's only one way they get here, because they don't make here. They come to our ports. So yes, we have to put in place where our security forces can help to protect us. And the other one that you mentioned about our jurisdiction system, our court system,
yeah.
our court system is need a reform.
Indeed, and even just the infrastructure needs to be more modern.
Yes, I think
the spaces are limited.
We are at a place where we're not utilizing the technologies that we're really supposed to be using.
We have
come a long way, you know, but
yes,
we're not there.
Yes,
but we are not there. And I believe this country still need a lot of courthouses. Because we're still having a lot of backlogs. We still need judges for some of these cases to actually go away. Our investigating system also need to be revamped. So there's a long way to go in terms of achieving those two. And I believe those tools are very important to the development of our country. It's not just education, it's not just health, but security. And it's very important to us.
I agree. In terms of our court system, I agree that it needs to be modernized. I agree that we need more judges, more courtroom space, more comfort in our court system. And there's a need for more mediation in our court system. It needs to be compulsory. In my mind, at the parish court level, it's only compulsory at the Supreme Court level to some extent, and the parties have to agree as well. But at the parish court level, we have the DRF, we have restorative justice, but persons are not utilizing the various mediation avenues that are available. So even at the parish court level, our court system is stretched, so to speak.
But who are not utilizing it? Is it that the citizens don't know about it, or is it that there's no?
There needs to be
they're not being educated regards to it.
There needs to be more education, more sensitization to what is available in terms of mediation at the parish court level. But there are a number of lawyers that we believe that it should be made compulsory, because there are some matters that can be mediated, especially matters between relatives that don't need to be in the court. Sometimes a person may be before the court for assault, but they only want back their medical expenditures. And if they're relatives, they still have to live and go back to the same house or community and live there. So if one relative goes to jail for a year, it creates further division within the family. So mediation plays a vital role in helping to restore broken relationships, notwithstanding that one party is charged with a criminal offense.
But where does the mediation to start from? Does it supposed to start from where you're being charged, or after you go to the court?
Currently, it's when you go to court. You have police officers who are very experienced if their report is made against as between two family members. You have officers who will speak to the parties and try to see if they can reach an amicable solution. However, the inexperienced officers will take the report, charge the other relative, and put the matter before the parish court. And then it's then left up to the judge to make further inquiries or the clerk of court to ascertain whether the parties are willing to go to mediation. But the mediation needs to start at the first stage of the prosecutorial process, which is at the police station. Because I believe police officers should be trained in mediation and conflict management and resolution. So if a relative make a report, the incident has not occurred yet, but there's a potential for it to escalate. If a relative or anybody in the community make a report and say A, B, and C, the police should try to intervene even at that stage to prevent, if possible, a situation escalating. Because when it escalates, you either have injury, death, loss of property, etc. And then the person may have to be charged and put before the parish court.
Yeah, but why is it that these things that are important to a justice system, but it is not being done? How can we actually be the voice actually say to our parliamentarians that this is what needs to be done before it gets to this stage? How can we go about it?
We need to educate our citizens as to their rights, what is available to them, and also get them to be part of the process. Take a holistic approach to how we deal with our politics, get involved, know your politicians, know who is representing you in your community, know your MP, know your caretaker, and hold them accountable. Don't say it's a politician's job. It's a collective approach in terms of even our own input in what happens in our community and in the wider society.
And then it go back to the question I had asked earlier. Is it important that the person who represents you comes from the community? Because majority of Jamaican doesn't even know who their local representations are.
That's true.
Yeah. So therefore, the fact that you don't know who is going to represent you, then that is how corruption continues.
Indeed.
Because on the day of election, then you comes around and you stretch out your palm and you get whatever you need to get, and we don't see you again.
Until the next 4 years, 5 years.
Exactly. And I have been saying this, even our own JPs, a lot of person who live in their community don't even know their JPs. And the question is asked, how can we get to know them? Because they themselves not even going to community meetings. When meetings are being held, our local representatives are not invited, or if they are invited, they are so busy that they not even can attend our local meetings for persons to get to know who they are.
Hence, there's a need for us as citizens to take the bull by the horn, so to speak, get involved in your community. It's similar to parenting. If parents don't attend PTA meetings and get involved in their child's education, the child is just going through the system. It's the same principle. We need to be involved. We need to hold our representatives accountable for our community and by extension, what
and
they offer.
How do we hold them accountable? What can we do to hold them accountable? Are just voting them out and voting who in?
Hold them accountable. You also need to be educated as to what is happening in the country. We spoke about education. We spoke about being informed. We spoke about Jamaicans will spend hours on TikTok, Instagram, etc. Have they read the policy published by either party in terms of their local government proposals? Do they attend town hall meetings to discuss matters that are relevant to their community?
When a manifesto is going to come out 2 days before an election, where you're going to have time to sit down and read and understand what is being proposed to you. So the persons then that we need to be held to hold accountable, they are the same ones who are not putting out the information
in time,
in timely manner, so persons can sit down and go through and say, okay, this is the vision that you have for my constituency. So therefore I can sit down and analyze and say, okay, this is what I'm going to vote on. But if it's going to come out 1 day or 2 days before elections, what the purpose though?
But we keep repeating the same mistake because we keep putting persons into power that are not performing. And it's because our foreparents or grandfather, grandmother voted for this party or that party. And we have no clue what the individuals stand for, what their principles are, what their mandate is for our community. But we vote based on the fact that I'm a JLP from my grandfather's day, or I'm a PMP, but we need to move away from that and vote for the issues and the individual and what they bring to the table and look at their performance if they're repeating. So if they've been in power already, look at how they have performed and judge them by their performance.
And I agree totally with what you're saying. You should be in a position based on your performance, based on what you can give. We should really move away from the politics where we're dieted PMP or we're dieted JLP. If you're working, you're working. You're there to represent us because we cannot represent ourselves. So we choose you to represent us. But yet still, when we choose you to represent us, we don't see you until another 2 years' time or closer to election. Then that's when you come around.
Yeah. And it's a cycle because, for example, when it's back to school, we know that there are vouchers and bags and books that are given out in August. Okay.
Yeah, but what we do, we take them.
Yes.
We take them because we cannot afford the back to school. So therefore, we are no really different from them.
When it's December, there's Children's Street, ice cream and cake, and work. Right? When it's closed, the road surface is in a condition, and we change our tire and front end part so often. But close to an election, we say road works being done a month before the local government election, a week before.
And then we jump up and midnight and say that they're doing something when we were being suffering for 4 years, 3 years before that.
Exactly. So we need to get to a point as a nation where we would demand accountability from our elected representatives.
I agree.
And hold them accountable to their promises. So it no longer become just empty words that they sprue out every so often, every 4 years, every 5 years. But we have them recorded to say, John, you said A, B, and C. It's been a year, it's been 2 years. What is happening? We're not seeing what you stated when you were seeking election.
But look how funny it is now, though. John made a promise to you 4 years ago or 3 years ago. And 3 years forward, it is not done. But yet still the other person who is there who should be opposing or should be also representing the people of the community or constituency is not doing that. So therefore, you don't want to vote because the fact that that the other person is not working and this person is not even making his promises being fulfilled. So if you don't vote, the same person is still going to be there. And you don't want to vote in somebody who is not working.
The reality though, the persons who are in power have more financial resources than the person who is in the opposite seat. That's just a reality. And remember that money is filtered from central government to local government for specific purposes. And as former Mayor Ms. Ramsey said, if you have a PNP MP and a PNP councillor, collectively they get more done because the resources are there. If you have a PNP MP and a JLP councillor, it's not about the people, it's about that they're from a different party. And that needs to stop. That is not in the interest of the people or the country.
So my question is, and I would have liked Madam Ramsey to still be here, is
I will get her back online.
The fact that the PNP is the tentatively have won the local government.
I'm back with you.
Yes, go ahead.
This is another scene.
Give us your location, Mr. Nash.
This is another scene in the Kabla. That's where I am right now in the Kabla Square, broadcasting live. And I'm telling you, it is something else in this constituency. They have moved out of Christiana. Now they are now in the era of Kabla. They call it the PNP headquarters, they call it. That's what it is. Let me turn the camera. And they're dancing to the music called Forward. Look at what is taking place. It's a roadblock. Look at the movements of these ladies right here. That's what is taking place as we're making our way through the crowd. We're going to get out of here in just a while. But it is all excitement, celebration taking place in Kabla. For so many years, this has never taken place. How do you feel? Yes. Yes. All right. Okay. Yes. So we're just moving through and giving you a feel of the excitement that has been created in Cobbler Square. So many have come out and are here in Cobbler Square. It's going to be a celebration. Look at the audience that we have here in Cobbler. Look at what is taking place in Cobbler. Bless up yourself. All around, it's a sea of orange. It's a sea of orange. And they're dancing and they're talking. Yes, they're dancing and they're talking. And I hear the ladies say, time come. That's the comment. That's the slogan of the People's National Party. And we broadcast you live. Coming to you, going to the depths of the crowd. Into the crowd we are going. How you feeling, sir? How you feeling? Yes. Up. Yes. All right. So you're celebrating. All right. All right. Coming to you live. We're coming to you live. We're coming to you live. We're coming to you live. This is Cobbler Square. Never seen this transformation in Cobbler Square. Look at everybody. Look at everybody. Look at everybody. This is it. This is it. Now we have before us a former a candidate who ran in the general election, Mr. Paul Lynn. How are you doing? We are told that the result nationally is too close to call at this time. You're watching it carefully.
I am watching it.
Yes.
No, no. We have the length and breadth of Jamaica for the People's National Party.
And what do you expect to happen here after this?
Well, we are gearing up now. The team is in place, and this is now preparation for the big one.
Yes.
So that the People's National Party can once again take the reins of government in Jamaica.
All right, thank you, sir. All the best. All right, I hope you were able to hear all of that. And the gentleman who has pulled it all off is here one more time, coming through the constituency for the second time on NRP Media. For the second time, he's coming through. For the second time, he's coming through. Yeah. Yes, yes. This is Barrington Witt. Barrington Witt passing through one more time. Yeah, man. All right. Thank you so much. Now all these two ladies are over here. They are videoing me, and I'm videoing them. What an excitement. We're going to make our way. We're going to make our way out of here. But it's a celebration all around. Celebration all around. How are you, sir? You want to give a... How you feel? Yes. You're from Cobbler? Yes. So you like what is happening? Okay. Very good. All the best to you. All right. So we're making our way out of the audience or the crowd in Cobbler Square. This is it. And over back to the team to do the wrap. Hopefully by now you would have gotten some results out of Kingston. As we're told, it is too close to call. And it is being watched. And I'm sure that by now you can tell Jamaica and the world what is taking place. Over to you, Moderator Bishop.
Thank you so much, Mr. Nash, Communication Officer, NRP Media, NRP Radio. Thanks to all our listeners who have joined us on our Facebook and YouTube pages. We would like to thank our sponsors, VW Investments, out of Christiana and Spalding, and TJ Auto Supplies out of Spalding in the parish of Clarendon. So far, it seems as if it's going to be a close election, local government election. The PNP has won a number of seats and also the JLP. But it's still early days and we are here watching it, bringing information to you live from NRP Media, NRP Radio, my co-host, Mr. Sheldon Hanson. I'm Anne-Marie Bishop. Mr. Hanson, do you have any update coming out of the Electoral Office of Jamaica?
Not since the last time we got an update. Still checking to see if there's any recent. I've not seen any as yet.
Okay, thank you. Again, we are streaming live on Facebook and also on YouTube, NRP Radio, NRPMediaJA.com. Welcome to all our listeners. Please share the link if you have not done so already. We had on set earlier Dr. Filbert Emil of 390 Training and Consultancy Services. He is a counseling psychologist and he lectures also at the Caribbean Graduate School of Theology. We had former Mayor of Mandeville, Miss Brenda Ramsey, and we're hoping to be joined shortly by a director from the Electoral Office of Jamaica so we can get some update and bring that information to you live. We're going to continue our discussion on Vision 2030 and how it impacts, how close are we to achieving it with only 6 years to go. And as we had discussed earlier, Vision 2030 was launched in May 2009 by our former Prime Minister, the Honorable Bruce Golding. Goal number 3, Jamaica's economy is prosperous. That is goal number 3. There are 4 goals in Vision 2030. What makes our economy prosperous? Mr. Sheldon.
So an update for viewers.
Okay, great.
For St. James, the JLP has won 11 division and PMP has won 6. So that is for St. James. I think that's the only update I've had so far.
Are you seeing anything for Hanover? Because we were told earlier that Hanover, for the most part, seem to have gone to the PMP.
No, I've not seen anything for Hanover, but I believe also the JLP has won the seat for St. Mary and for Ochi as well too. Not seeing the numbers.
St. Mary to the JLP so far.
And
St. Anne.
And St. Anne.
In all the divisions?
Yes, all the divisions.
Within both parishes? Okay.
Yes.
Interesting.
Interesting days ahead. You can go ahead and repeat the statement that you just made regarding 2030.
So, goal number 3 in Vision 2030, Jamaica's economy is prosperous. With 6 years to go, can we say we have a prosperous economy?
What I can say, in recent years, we have gotten better. The last quarter, our economy has grown. I think it was 1.4. So I think for the last 10 consecutive quarters, our economy have been growing. And our ratio to GDP as well has been lower. So I think we're heading in the right direction. But to say to achieve that in 6 years, I think probably another 6 more need to be added on that one.
Okay, so you have indicated that we have grown in terms of our economy. However, our minimum wage is $13,000.
Yes, it is.
We are not. Are we eating what we grow? Are we producing? We import a lot of products.
Yes, our importation bill is very high. We can admit that, and I believe if our government invests more in our local farmers, then we believe we can cut down on our importation of the products that we import in our country.
How do we measure prosperity and how do we measure growth when the US currency against the Jamaican dollar is almost Probably 157, 156.
How we measure prosperity is the fact that our debt to GDP has moved from triple digit to double digit. That was the last update I saw. We are actually paying our debt. No.
Go ahead, Mr. Nash.
All right,
Sorry.
so we are in the Spalding's era now, where the People's National Party has reportedly retained the seat in the person of Mr. Trevor Gordon. He was the councillor in the last election, and up to today's election, he was the person in the lead. And based on information that we have received, that he is once again the person returned by the people in the Spalding's division. The People's National Party has also won the richest division and lost two. So they have the Frankfield and the Thompson Town division. They have lost those two, but to a lesser margin based on information that I have received. So I am in the Spalding's era now, and that is where you are seeing all of this, the celebration taking place in this area as well. All right, so just wanted to let you know that based on information, the People's National Party has retained the Spalding's division. They have also retained the Riches division. They have lost the Thompson Town and the Frankfield division in Northwest Clarendon, and but by a lesser margin, right? And we just want to pass that information to you as you continue to await the official information coming out of the electoral office. What is it that you're seeing on the website or you're garnering elsewhere? Back to you.
Mr. Hanson will check, but when he checked a few minutes ago, there was no update on the website.
All right. Mr. Glasspool Brown, when I called him earlier, he did say that he would join us and give us an update. Let me try and see if I can reach out to him and see if we can get him on to give us an idea as to what's taking place, so that at least we can rest assured that come tomorrow or somewhere there,
Joining us from the streets of Spalding is our communication officer, Mr. Nash.
I want to say a million thanks to Anne-Marie Bishop and the team this evening for really carrying through up to this point. But you're not done yet, because you're still waiting to carry it and see through.
So it sounds like Mr. Nash, I need more coffee, right? But I know that Mr. Hanson is checking periodically to ascertain the information from the electoral office website.
What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? Yeah. Celebrations all over. Celebration all over. All right, back to you, team.
Thank you so much, Mr. Leon Nash, our communications officer, NRP Radio, NRP Media, JA.com. We're streaming live on Facebook and on our YouTube channel. Welcome back to all our listeners. And in studio, we have Mr. Sheldon Hanson, and I'm Anne-Marie Bishop. Mr. Hanson, any update from the electoral office website? Or from any other reliable source at this time?
No update at this moment. But based on live footage that is coming from the headquarters of the JLP, it seems like the lot is very empty.
Which one of the JLP lot? Which parish?
That I believe the one is in St. Andrew.
Okay. because in St. James, the JLP seem to have a 5-seat lead over the PMP. And if all or most of the ballots have been counted, it's unlikely that that gap will be shortened. But we'll await the official results.
Yeah, it's very unlikely that the PMP will pass the JLP based on the amount of boxes that have already been counted. I think they have counted up to, I believe it's 213 or from 215, something like that.
Okay. And that's for which parish?
St. James.
Okay. And in St. Mary, it's the JLP seem to be ahead of the PMP in that parish? Whilst Mr. Hanson, my co-host, is checking the information, we'd like to say thanks to our sponsors, VW Investments. They're located in Christiana and also in Spalding, and also to TG Auto Supplies, located in Spalding in the parish of Clarendon. Once again, we welcome you to NRP Radio, NRP Media, JA.com. We're streaming live on our Facebook channel and also on YouTube. I'm Anne-Marie Bishop, attorney at law. Is Sheldon Hansel, bringing you live coverage and up-to-date information on today's local government election, which is well overdue and finally here. Constitutionally, local government election should be called every 4 years, and in our case, it was postponed 4 times. It was scheduled to be called in November of 2020, and it was put off by the current government for 3 months to February 2021, and they cited COVID-19 as the reason for the delay in the election. Notwithstanding the fact that the government at the time did have the general election 2 months prior. In February of 2021, it was further delayed for another 12 months. And it was set for 2022 February, and then it was further delayed to be called last year, February, and that did not happen. And then our Prime Minister announced in August that it should not go beyond February of this year, February the 28th. And in accordance with the legislation, the act was amended to allow for local government election to be called on or before February the 28th, 2024, or for general election, whichever is sooner. And of course, as you're aware, the government did not call the general election, and hence we're here dealing with the local government election. And we're awaiting the results. It's still early days, but it's evident that the PNP, People's National Party, has taken more seats in some parishes, and the JLP, Jamaica Labour Party, has taken a number of seats in certain parishes. But we await the official information through the official channel, which is the Electoral Office of Jamaica. Mr. Hanson, any further updates? Mr. Hanson? Okay, while my co-host seems preoccupied, I'll just refresh our memory as to
update. So
yes.
the clearing in the 14 parishes so far, the PMP has won 122 seats, and the JLP has won 95 seats. and they still have a long way to go. So far, the PMP has won 102 seats comprised to the JLP 95.
And that's very close. That's only a difference
About
of
7.
Yeah.
And in most of the parishes, though, JLP is actually leading by 17 to 15. Even though the overall seats, the PMP is leading by 7.
So it would seem, Mr. Hanson, that this will be a very close call.
We could very well have a tie on our hand here.
I believe there are 223 seats overall. So
we might have a tiebreaker.
Tiebreaker. yes, indeed. We may have a tiebreaker, sir. So interesting times. We have a number of new councillors, and some of the councillors who were comfortable in their seats seem to have been unseated in this local government election. For whatever
yes,
reason.
a few of them on both sides.
Yes, definitely. It could be non-performance. It could be that their supporters choose not to vote. It could be a number of factors, but we'll analyze it as the night progresses.
I believe who was on the ground the most may have come out victorious. And being a person who is in the space daily, I've seen where the PMP being hitting the ground running.
Because they're hungry for power, having been out of the driver's seat for a while.
Yes.
Okay.
So I believe that's one of the main reasons they have been hitting the ground, and they realize that staying away from the people for the last 8 years or 7 years, they realized their downfall, and I think, as they said, time come, so they had to go hit the ground running. But the general election due next year.
If it is called.
Well, as I said, it's due next year. So
because
it's interesting.
Indeed. We have 63 constituencies with 228 electoral divisions. And joining us on set is G. Alwyn Brown. Welcome, Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown, can you hear us clearly? Well, he has joined. I'm not sure why he's not responding. But as you said, the election is constitutionally due next year, 2025. Let's see whether the current government will.
I guess whoever win this general aim local government election will have a momentum going in the general election. It will pave a way for both parties to see where they're actually at and what they need to do. Yeah. They oftentimes say that the party that won the general election more likely to win local government election. But because it has put off twice.
4 times.
So the truth is the JLP has actually been in the longest local government governance for over 7 years, because they have put it off twice.
It's not proper governance at all.
It is not. It is not.
And it's our constitutional rights, and it's
exactly.
It's a total disregard for the citizens of Jamaica.
Yes, I believe.
Local government election 4 times.
Yes, it has, and I probably think that the people have been not that the JLP have not been working, because they have done quite a few work, but it is not a national. The persons are not looking at it as a national thing. They're looking at it as based on what been happening in the community space. Yes, but I believe this should be an indication as to both parties as to where they need to, what they need to do now for the next, what we at now, February. So we have 22 months before the next election is due. So what they need to do, and I believe whichever party that loses the election this evening, you will see them hitting the ground. You will see them hitting the ground. And whichever party that wins the election this time around, you will continue to see them out there. Because, as I said, politics is all about power. And nobody wants to be out of power.
That's true. But do you think that the PMP is more organized now than they were maybe 2-3 years ago?
That's such a funny question.
To remain silent, I don't put spot.
That's a question that but the truth is the PMP have realized and the most part what they have done wrong. They had distanced themselves from the people, and therefore they realized that the only way for them to be victorious in the whichever election is to be where the people is at. So in terms of organized, that I leave that answer for another day.
Okay, so let's say it's a work in progress on the part of the.
But I can say though, I think they have realized the mistake that they have made.
So the errors of
distancing themselves from the people.
In August of 2023, when the Honorable Prime Minister indicated that, and he's quoted as saying, it is the intention of the government to fulfill its constitutional duties, which he meant that the election will be called no later than this year. When I read it, I'm wondering if he did not realize, or Prime Minister did not realize, that he was breaching our constitutional duties by failing to call the local government election. The leader of the opposition, Mark Golding, said he threatened to take the matter to the administrative court if election was postponed again.
I don't believe the Prime Minister called it the local government election because of what was said. I believe they think that they're in a position where they think they can win the local elections. So I don't believe it was a case where because the PMP had threatened to take it the government to court.
I agree. I believe, or it has been
a strategy that they're being using.
Exactly. When the general election, they won in 2020 September, in the midst of COVID, and then they failed to call the local government election. It perhaps could be seen as deliberate. It was a strategy to get an opportunity to build their position and then call the election at a later point in time.
But this is my belief though, but I think if they had called the election right after the general election,
months after, yes,
they probably would have been in a better position to than what they are in now, because they had the momentum, because they had won the general election, they had the backing of the people. The people needed a change. They had engaged the youth, even though the voters' turnout was not as high as 2016.
Yes.
They had engaged the youth, and the youth had spoken. So therefore, if they had called the local government election the year after that, I think they would have been in a better position. But this is a question though I want to ask. How does it really benefit the country for the central government and local government to be in charge?
How does it benefit the country for central government and local government to be in charge? Meaning, the majority of the seats at the local government level is held by, for example, the JLP.
Yes.
And the JLP is in power. Based on what former Mayor Ms. Ramsey said, in terms of the transfer of funds, when you have the same party being in charge at the central government and at the local government, they tend to look out for their party.
So what happens if it is the PNP who wins the local government? How does that? Because what the PNP would control, and again, they would not control majority.
Right.
Yeah. So even if they won, say, 8 of the parishes out of the 14, they still would have a majority, but they would not cover the whole 14 parishes.
Right.
How does that really help whichever party that wins the local government?
It would only benefit the party if the current JLP who is in power, if their team wins the local government, because they will have the resources. If the PNP wins the majority of seats at the local government level, they may be at a disadvantage, because ultimately it is the JLP that controls central government. And that is why former Mayor Ms. Ramsey spoke about decentralization and not the favoritism and having the local government entrenched in the constitution. Because as she spoke, there seems to be little or no accountability, and it is like a hand-me-down situation from central government to local government currently, the way our election process is and how our system is now. So it depends who is in power and who is in power at the local government level. It's politics. It's part of the politics. A lot of promises and a lot of talk, but no action. There needs to be, the public needs to be educated, so they hold the politicians, their MPs, their councillors, their caregivers accountable, and there needs to be greater transparency. We don't have that in Jamaican politics. Mr. Nash, do we have any update on your side?
No, I do not have another update at this point. I'm trying to make my way back to base so that I can release you and to get the made him and his able communications officer to come on and just to address us. They did say yes, but I'm not too certain why they have not been able to do so. So give me about another 5 or up to 10 minutes, and I should be back at the base.
All right, we're going to continue the discussion on Vision 2030. We have examined 3 of the 4 goals, and we'll proceed with that until our other presenter is able to join us. Once again, welcome to all listeners on nrpmediaja.com, NRP Radio. We're streaming live on Facebook and on YouTube. We would like to thank our sponsors, VW Investments, located in Christiana and Spalding, and also thanks to TG Auto Supplies, located in Spalding in the parish of Clarendon. We have been fed with live on the road action by Mr. Leon Nash, our communications officer of NRP Media and NRP Radio. And with me is Sheldon Hanson. Do you have any update coming out of the electoral office, Mr. Hanson?
I still haven't received any update from the last one I got, but as soon as I do, I will make it available.
Thank you so much. Appreciated.
What we could probably do is to look elsewhere, without calling the name here. We could look elsewhere to see what they have posted, and see whether or not we can get any updates as it relates to what is taking place there. I know there are two major entities that, or as a matter of fact, 3 or 4 major entities that are currently monitoring from where they are. So we could probably watch the Instagram pages, the Facebook pages of these entities, and we could probably garner some additional information to tell us where we have reached in terms of the count in Kingston. I should also let you know that, having spoken to the EOJ, they have indicated that something went wrong tonight. They were not able to get their website thing up. So we have been there trying to search and waiting to see how long it was going to take. But they have said that it did not work out. So there's no information that will be posted on the website tonight because of whatever the reasons are. Technology, as good as they are, sometimes fail. And so this seemed to have been the case, unless it was a move by the EOJ not to post and to allow stations, based on the fact that they had sent out information to the media for them to sign up and get direct feed from their system. Therefore, in doing so, they probably didn't want to compromise their intake that they were hoping to get out of the media for the results that they would have been preparing. So that's not going to come on the website tonight, based on information that I got from credible sources within that entity. So what we have to do is to look elsewhere in terms of what others who were based at the EOJ's office would have posted, and that could probably help us before we do our wrap.
Thank you for that information, Mr. Nash. We appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Are we able to take a short break at this time, Mr. Nash?
We could give me 5 minutes to get into the park and get into the studio space, and then I should be able to assist you with that. So if we take another in terms of looking the postponement of the elections, or is that 2016?
Yes.
And then it was further postponed
in 2020
recently. Right. Has this not worked for the governing party? And what would be their likely response at this time? And in terms of the upcoming election, are they going to wait it out, or are they going to try to see if they can recover in a shorter period of time? Is our question that I think that we probably need to look at.
Well, definitely, if even if the PNP loses the local government election, they're now on a momentum. They have a drive, they have a purpose, they have a vision. So I suspect that even if they lose the local government election, they will continue the trajectory that they're on, with a view to doing more marketing, more step up their game, to put up a real challenge if and when, not if, but when the general election is called.
I think they have been bolstered by, whatever the results is tonight.
Yes,
They have
yes.
taken some key seats, and that is one of the encouraging factor for them, because a seat such as Northeast, which has been in the hands of the
JLP.
Jamaica Labour Party for such a long time, dating back to some years ago. Probably if I did the research, I would have been able to better respond to you. But Calvin Lynn was the former member of parliament for this era. And Mr. Calvin Lynn left this constituency for a good time. And when he demitted office, decided that he was not going to run back as the person for the People's National Party. Then Aldershaw, the current member of parliament, came forward and took over that seat, and it became a Jamaica Labour Party seat. So for a long time, the PNP have been trying to see if they could recover from the loss of those years gone. And so with the help of these new candidates that they have fielded this time around in the election, it has worked out in their favor.
And indeed, there are a lot of new candidates that both parties have introduced to their respective parties to run in various constituencies across the island.
And it probably begs the question of, a lot of people, well, you would have recognized that a number, I think there were about 37 candidates that ran in this election as independents. And some of them were PNP, some of them were JLP, and some of them were persons who were independents. So one could say that for the People's National Party, in many of the instances, it would have worked out in their favor of having run new candidates, and of course ensuring that they had a good team that they could put forward into this local government election, as on their slate, so that they could really be a factor to consider going forward. So it worked out on their part, and we want to say congratulations to them at this point for having done this for the people of Jamaica. And as we said, it's not yet done, but it's still a work in progress until we get the official scores.
Most definitely. Indeed. Again, we'd like to thank our sponsors.
I believe one of the surprise for the day is the Papine division, where Venetia Phillips, who was a member of the People's National Party, had switched to the Jamaica Labour Party, has lost her seat as well too. To Darrington Ferguson.
As a result of perhaps the PNP supporters rebelling against the fact that she switched to
very much so
what is perceived as their enemy. You know how Jamaicans take their politics so serious.
And she had lost a mere 170 votes. So this one was close, but for things like these though, how do you get back from it knowing you were the one who was in charge, but because of what was happening on the other side, you decided to go over on the other side and lose?
And
how does it play mentally for you?
Perhaps she would need to speak to Dr. Emil. But the reality is that a lot of times we see that in Jamaican politics where persons switch because their perception is that the other side is doing better and they want to be on the winning side because their party has been losing for a while. Sometimes persons switch because maybe of conflict within their own space and they fall out with the leader or leaders within their particular constituency. Perhaps sometimes persons switch because of their ideals, their views have changed from that of the main, the views of the party in terms of its core vision, and they no longer share that vision. It could be so many reasons, but when you're in power and you switch to another party and you lose, it is a hard pill to swallow. Because you then
yes, I believe.
If and maybe I should have stayed, and you do the blame game, and all I have to say is that for persons who have switched and lost, seek counseling.
Because that should do something to your mind. I believe that would do something to your mind. The fact that you were on the winning side, and then you went over on the other side and then become loser.
It depends on the individual. If the individual is strong and they can recognize the weaknesses and what perhaps led to their loss, they may be able to cope with it better. But if they don't have that inner strength, they may fall into a state of depression and blame game and blame others, and fail to introspect as to what went wrong.
So I guess if you don't have that team that's supposed to be around to assist you going forward, then you should have some mental breakdown.
It is possible for such individuals to have mental breakdown. Because sometimes persons don't see themselves outside of being in power in a political setting. The individual is lost in the role, and being out of power, they don't know how to manage. It's as if they don't exist unless they're in the winning seat.
Interesting.
Have you ever had a passenger who is a driver and they want to tell you how to drive?
How to drive. Oh, yes.
Yes. So, because they're not used to being in the passenger seat. So they want to tell you how to overtake, how to do so many things, as if they're the one doing the physical driving. I'm forgetting that they're in the other position. How to overtake, how to do so many things, as if they're the one. Right. I'm forgetting that they're in the other position.
I agree with you.
Not sure where we're having a feedback, so let me mute my mic.
It's coming from this.
But whilst we await Mr. Nash, we have one more of the 4 goals to go. I'll just bring it back up so we can close that discussion, Mr. Hunt. Oh, Mr. Nash, you're back.
Yes.
Are you able to get
we can take a break.
Okay, excellent.
And we're trying to make that link one more time with Mr. Glassblow Brown, who can tell us what's taking place. So let's take this break and come back.
Thank you.
It's new. It's the Upper Room at 8 p.m. The newest and most riveting and engaging discussion program on biblical matters. Once again, right here on NRPMediaJA.com every Sunday, 8 to 10 p.m. It's all about things you know, things you thought you know, and things you're not truly sure about. NRPMediaJA.com, reaching you where you are, no boundaries, no limitations.
Hepburn's Glass Appliance is the latest trend-setting supplier of glass and mirrors in the industry. We specialize in tinted and clear glasses, as well as mirrors for all your windows, doors, and closets at very competitive prices. To maximize your shopping experience, we stock 316 and 1/8 mirror thickness and 316 and quarter thickness in our entire stock of cloth glasses. We have in stock gloves, cutters, and suction cups at unbeatable prices. Our customer service is second to none, with same-day cutting for your specific measurements. Visit our office at 13 Chisholm Avenue, Kingston 13. Call us at 908-0962 or email hepburn.glass@gmail.com. Hepburn's Glass, quality service in all variety. Call us at 908 or email hepburn.glass@gmail.com. Hepburn's Glass, quality service in all variety. Call us at 908 hepburn.glass@gmail.com.
On the streets of Jamaica, as Jamaicans are This is NRP Radio. You have just listened to some of our reporters providing the latest developments on the streets of Jamaica as Jamaicans elect their local government representatives in the 2023 local government elections. Keep it locked to NRP Radio. Another report will be provided during the course of the day.
All right, I want to let you know that we are still here with you on the broadcast. It is just about 24 minutes after the hour of 10 o'clock, and we are still trying to get the Electoral Office of Jamaica to come on and give us an idea as to what's taking place. So if you stay with us, you will definitely hear more from them. We're still going to continue on a little bit more of a break, and we'll come back giving the team a little bit time to catch a sip, right? And a little break. So let's take a few more seconds and we'll come right back to you.
EW Investments Company Limited, Christiana Main Street, Spalding's, Clarendon. Quick exchange, no hassle, best rates. Call them at 876-964-0604 or 876-964-9370.
This is NRP Radio. It's now time to join our reporters on the streets of Jamaica as they give you the latest developments in the local government elections. Here now are our NRP reporters.
All right, and we're still here with you, and we're continuing our broadcast. And the Spalding Division, just information here that have come to me. Spalding Division, 1,845 votes to the PNP, 840 to the Jamaica Labour Party, and 10 to the Independents, right? So once again, I know you're hearing me quite clearly. The score line for the Spalding Division, 1,845 votes, the PNP, 840 votes to the JLP, and 10 to independents. That's the information that we've got. And we showed you early on where there is a great deal of enthusiasm and a great deal of excitement and celebration taking place in the area of Northwest Clarendon. They have retained 2 seats, the Spaldings and the Riches divisions, and they have lost the Frankfield and Thompson division in Northwest Clarendon. Over in Manchester, just to reiterate, the Christiana division, who has been won by the People's National Party through one Mr. Omar, forget his last name, Omar Evans, right? He would have won that. And also the Walderston division has also been taken by the PNP, leaving only the Craighead division that the Jamaica Labour Party would have secured out of the 3 that they had in recent times. All right, so we are back with you and the team, and let's see if we can make that contact now with Glasspool Brown and the team at the Electoral Office of Jamaica. If they can give us the wrap, then we're going to be out of here. Over to Sister Bishop.
Thank you so much. We'd like to say thanks to our sponsors, VW Investments out of Cristiano and Spalding. We appreciate your sponsorship. And also to TG Auto Supplies in Spalding in the parish of Clarendon. We welcome back our radio listeners, NRP Radio, NRPmediaja.com. And to those joining us live on Facebook and also on YouTube. We appreciate you joining us this evening as we discuss and share the results of our local government election 2024. It's a historic moment. The PNP have won a number of seats and upset a number of JLP seats, and the JLP have won a number of seats and upset a number of PNP seats. So it's still early days, and we await the official report coming out of the Electoral Office of Jamaica. With me is Mr. Sheldon Hanson, my co-host, and we had on set earlier Dr. Filbert Emil of 390 Training and Consultancy Services. He's a counseling psychologist. And we also had the former mayor of Mandeville, Miss Ramsey. We had our communication officer, we still have him here, Mr. Leon Nash, who was on the road earlier, giving us live coverage in the Christiana divisions. Over to you, Mr. Nash.
All right. I'm told. I'm sorry about that. Can we try one more time? I'm back in the studio. Thank you so much. All right. I'm told that the director of elections had come on to the Zoom, but you apparently did not see him, or we were broadcasting.
We did recognize him, but we weren't hearing him.
Okay. All right. So we're trying our best to see if we can get him back online, and see if we can get something out of him, for our program. I recognize that you were handing back over to me. You were rapping.
Not yet.
Okay. All right.
So we're to try and get we can focus on the final goal of Vision 2030 whilst you make the additional efforts.
Yes, please do that for me, please.
No problem. Mr.
I think you're muted.
Yes, thank you. I'm going to read the additional final Vision 2030 goal so we can wrap up that discussion. Crave a moment, please. So as we shared earlier, our former Prime Minister Bruce Golding launched Vision 2030 in May 2009 with 4 goals, and the goals were read earlier. We explored Jamaicans are empowered to achieve their fullest potential. That was goal number 1. The second goal, the Jamaican society is safe, cohesive, and just. Goal number 3, Jamaica's economy is prosperous. And at the final goal, goal number 4, Jamaica has a healthy, natural environment. Should I repeat the final goal, Mr. Hanson?
Jamaica have a healthy environment. That's what you said, right?
Natural environment. Yes.
To be honest, our environment is healthy. One thing though, our cockpit countries in recent years have been tampered on. but for the most part, I would say that our country, our environment, is in a good place. I think what used to affect us most is our bauxite. And our bauxite has not been in operation for a while now, for those toxic to be going in the environment. Apart from when we have the dump also as well. In recent years, we have had serious fires coming from it. But for the most part, I can say that our air is clean for the most part.
What about our beaches and pollution in our seas and the coral reefs?
No, I was going there actually. In terms of pollution and as they would call it, the coral reefs, and I think our coral reefs is getting back to where it used to be.
All right, we used to have some kind of glitch there a while ago. So continue, team.
Okay, with Mr. Brown Paul Brown is coming back on.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, he's now in, so you can go right ahead and talk with Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown, good evening and welcome.
Connecting. Give him a second or two.
Okay.
He has joined with camera only. His audio is not connected.
I think that might be coming up.
Okay.
All right, so he would be seeing us, but we're not hearing his. No microphone yet. Just want to remind our folks that this is the National Religious Partnership Media and Radio. It's our broadcast happening on Zoom and being broadcast via YouTube at NRP Media JA, as well as on Facebook Live at NRP Media JA. We are on our radio platform at nrpmediaja.com, and we are just waiting to get Mr. Glassbone Brown, the Director of Elections, to speak with us. He's because there's no microphone for him to speak through yet. So I'm sure that the technical assistance that he might be getting in the background will sort that out so that we can hear him and we can see him as well. But that's the challenge with technology. We're just waiting for that to take place. So you may continue. You were talking with Sheldon and regarding the fourth point that you raised while we wait on Mr. Brown to come on with his microphone.
Thank you so much, Mr. Nash. Continue, Mr. Hanson.
Yes, so as I was saying that our reefs are getting back to where they used to. I believe in recent years they had done some planting and the revamping of our coral reefs. So I believe they are getting back to where they used to be. But in terms of what they would call the overall state of our beaches, it's crazy. And as we can see what happened in Montego Bay the other day, climate change is real.
Climate change is indeed real.
Climate change is real, and in order for us to I remember, let me say, I remember when Helsha used to be Helsha. I used to go to Helsha and play football and the sun in Helsha. Now we cannot go to Helsha and walk on the sun again.
That's true.
So I believe, as I said, climate change is real. millions and millions of dollars is have to go to be invested in terms of getting back our beaches to where they need to be. Well, white sand in Negril, the climate change is taking away that. In Montego Bay, it's taking away that. In Ochi, it's taking away that. So liquor from this, we actually will no longer have any beaches because of climate change.
What are some of the potential solutions? Because prevention is better than
We have to break the water. Those are the only solutions. And I believe if our successive governments were investing, if they took climate change seriously from that was happening years ago, then I believe that we would have been in a better position now to help to mitigate some of what climate change is affecting our country with. I believe years ago, Negril been crying and crying how much, I think it was $20 million they needed to help to break the water down there to save the beach. Cannot say where that is at the moment. And I believe Ochi was the same thing on Montego Bay, as we see the result in Montego Bay.
Recently, yes,
Recently. And that has affected livelihood. So the money that we should have spent years ago, we actually have to go and spend that money and more now to help to solve the problem that we're actually faced with right now. So climate change is real. That's all I can say.
And we have a role to play individually and collectively, because we also need to recycle. And we know there's an annual beach cleanup. Schools are involved in that. It's usually done about August. I know Kiwanis is involved in that, Rotary and different service clubs where we go and clean up the beach. But it should not be an annual event. It should be a daily event where we dispose of our garbage, separate our garbage, separate our plastic bottles, etc., and recycle. Unless we put ourselves in that mindset to recycle, we're going to continue having issues as it relates to climate change, because we're polluting our own environment, and yet we want to live for 150 years, even though the Bible promised us 70, right? So beyond 70 is a plus. But we also need
to, if you're strong enough, then you will get additional years. But the truth is, the government have to put in policies in place to mitigate all of these problems that we're facing in terms of our garbage and garbage disposal.
Not just the policy, Mr. Hanson, but also enforceability. The channel.
Yeah, I think that is one of our biggest challenges we're having in enforcing the things that the policies that we put in place. Guys, you'll be surprised to know that there are policies that govern how you should dispose of your garbage, but it is not enforced.
Right.
Nobody is held accountable for these things. So accountability is very important, and one of our biggest problems is holding persons accountable.
What effect do you think corruption has on our the concept of Vision 2030? Because Jamaica is ranked in terms of corruption at a very high level, in terms of crime and violence, very high.
Maybe some things are not fit for here play.
So we'll reserve your defense.
We reserve my defense. But I believe though. but I believe corruption does play a big part in achieving 2030. If Jamaica in 6 years' time to achieve what we need to achieve, we have to, you know, say bang your belly and ball. That is where we have to go. Yeah. stricter policies and penalties and enforcement.
Radical turnaround with a number of issues.
You just have to hit the ground running, and that's just about it. Because the truth is, we have too much citizens in this country that is just lackadaisical, I would put it. There's no care in the world for governance. There's no care in the world for our own country.
So
Jamaica may come from the first thing, a Jamaica this, Jamaica that. No, but this is our country. When we leave here and go other country, we have to abide by rules and regulations. But as soon as you step back after the plane and come back here, but Jamaica, we there. Jamaica, no problem. Jamaica have a lot of problem.
So
we're indisciplined on the road in our driving. We are indisciplined how we dispose of our garbage. You're driving on the road every day and see people just eat out of the garbage, some out of the food box and just straight through the window. And I'm like, Jesus mercy. Why couldn't you just keep that that thing with you until you get to where you're going to dispose of it? No.
I agree with you. I find it disturbing as well. So
but yet still, the only time you see these people get in line is when somebody have the big stick over them back. And there's no way the country can move forward with you having big stick over everybody back at each time.
So do you agree that a lack of patriotism impacts negatively our quest to achieve Vision 2030?
Oh yes, I agree. Very much agree.
How do we restore or encourage the younger generation, the ones below?
Public education is very important.
Yes.
Public education is very important. We have to go into school. We have to speak to the youngsters, because it's hard to bend the older folks now into get in line. Because in order for you to reach 2030 vision from it's 6 years from now. So our children that is 15, another 6 years from now, they're 21.
Yes.
They're young adults. So the only way we can achieve 2030 is going in the schools now, running the ads on the radio and the television, public education. Persons will be held accountable. And you don't need to look over your shoulder if you see the police are going to charge you if you spit or you pee in the roadway, or you throw the garbage in. No. The onus is on you. The onus will be on you to ensure that I keep my country clean. Because if I don't keep my country clean, it is not just going to happen down in Montego Bay. It's going to happen in every parishes.
Civic pride is lacking.
Yeah. But the government need to take a stand where enforcement.
Yes.
Enforcement. And they see it every day. The discipline is no longer there. Police is out there doing their job, and person is trying to stop the police from doing their job. Why? Yes, we know that our system is not up to where it should be, but you have to allow it to take its course just the same.
Indeed. And I would just like to add that the Vision 2030 motto, it's a national vision statement, and it says Jamaica, the place of choice to live, work, raise families, and do business.
I don't want to leave Jamaica and go anywhere to live,
Mm-hmm.
I want to be in this country where, as you said, to live, to work, to raise my children, and do business.
Yes. So for those who are online, Jamaicans here and Jamaicans in the diaspora who are on Facebook, listening on NRP radio, or listening via YouTube, if you do not know Vision 2030, familiarize yourself with it. If you know it, get to know it deeper so that you can buy into the national vision statement, which is Jamaica, the place of choice to live, work, raise family, and do business.
And it's not just about just those words. You have to live them daily.
Exactly. Exactly.
And you have to display them daily.
With Anne-Marie Bishop, accountability starts with Mr. Nash. Accountability starts with Mr. Sheldon.
Yeah, you have to hold yourself accountable.
Indeed.
And if each individually hold themselves accountable for the things that they are doing, then we will be able to achieve 2030, 2040.
Delayed or extended like the local government election.
But the true reality is though is that it's not just Jamaica alone working towards 2030.
It's a UN agenda, UN vision as well.
What's the whole agenda though?
The whole agenda, that's a discussion for another time that Mr. Nash might have to invite us to discussion.
I agree.
Even as Jamaicans and as politicians and Jamaicans in the diaspora and relatives, friends, well-wishers of Jamaicans, it's a collective effort that will cause us to realize Vision 2030. We're out of many one people.
Yes, we are.
And until we take individual responsibility and work together as a team, the 6 years will come and pass and, you know. Mr. Nash, do you have positive news for us in terms? Not as yet? Okay, you need time. Okay, good. So we'll just share some takeaway points with our listeners. Again, we say thank you to our sponsors, VW Investments, located in Christiana and Spalding, and TG Auto Supplies, located in Spalding in the parish of Clarendon. Thanks to our listeners for joining us on NRP Media and NRP Radio. We're streaming live on Facebook and on YouTube. I'm Anne-Marie Bishop, and my co-host is Mr. Sheldon Hanso. We had joining us earlier guest Dr. Philbert Emil, counseling psychologist and trainer. He's with 390 Training and Consultancy Services. And we also had the former mayor of Mandeville, Miss Brenda Ramsey. Mr. Hanson, do you want to share some takeaway points?
This evening was a very interesting evening. I had the pleasure of co-hosting regarding our local government elections.
Indeed.
For me, I have learned a lot in terms of what we need or I need to vote on as a citizen of this country regarding my constituency. Yes. It's not just about popularity. It's not just about handout, but it's about policy and work that an individually that you choose is doing in each constituency. That is, we need to change our mindset in terms of the handout that we have accustomed to in the past. Because going in the future, I don't think that we want to tolerate that anymore. We want our country to be in a space where we can make decisions based on the work that the person that we choose or we chooses, they're actually working. And if they're not working, then we find somebody else and replace them. Yeah, but it shouldn't be a case because I like you and because you can do something for me, then I am going to vote for you. No. So that is one of the main things I've learned differently. But it was good being here, and I look forward in the future to be a part of the program.
Thank you for sharing, Mr. Hanson. We appreciate you taking the time out to join us tonight to share in our election coverage. And indeed, the door is open to you in the future to join us again. Some of the takeaways I got from our former mayor, Ms. Ramsey, is that there's a need for legislative reform of our local government legislation and the decentralization of local government and central government. They need to be more empowered so they can make decisions at the local government level and not be treated as, my words, a puppet of central government and bias when it comes to a situation where you have a PMP councillor, but you have a JLP MP. It should be about the people, the country, the development of the country, of the community, regardless of which party you're affiliated with. So the politics should be unbiased, and we're not there yet. And it is through education of our citizens where we'll be able to empower them to make informed decisions. If you don't have information, you cannot make informed and proper decisions. And it cannot be that we are die-hearted PMP or die-hearted JLP because our grandparents were that, but we need to vote on the issues. What is our politician bringing to the table? What are they saying? And move away from the handout mentality. Emancipate ourselves from mental slavery. None but ourselves can free our mind. The late Bob Marley. So, we have so much to offer as a country, and sometimes I believe we do not appreciate what we have, and we take our culture, our resources for granted. And we need to go back to basic. Where that is concerned, we need to stand for something in everything that we do. We need to hold our politicians, our representatives accountable. They're stewards of our resources, of our finances. They're public servants, and we need to hold them accountable. Go ahead, Mr. Nash. You're showing something on screen. You're muted, Mr. Nash. You're muted.
Thank you very much. I was just what's the term they use? Doing my checks on what's the term they use? On screen, and seeing where several of the sites are showing where the People's National Party would have taken the local government election. But we are basically just going through and checking, not from any official. I'm not too sure which of these sites I'm not too sure is the official page of the People's National Party. But we're seeing several photographs showing persons celebrating. Several photographs showing various places across the country. So we're waiting. Have not been able to get in touch. Have not been able to get in touch with the director of elections. He came on as we had seen, but still trying their best to sort things out with that final result. And most of the media houses that I have checked, they are in the same quandary. They are working around the clock in terms of just looking at the wins or the margins of win or losses in the various divisions across the country at this time. But no full details have been made available as yet. I'm going to try one more time to see if I can do a telephone link up instead. If we could get, because we have the good thing about it is that we have been able to get Mr. Brown to speak to us on the phone, but in terms of getting on the video, that has been where the difficulty has been. So I'm trying that means now. If I can get him on the phone, then we could probably just listen to what he has to say to us, and you could probably ask a few questions of him if we get him to answer and come on the line instead of trying to get on the Zoom, because depending on where he is, that is a bit of a challenge. But we will not go beyond 11 o'clock here on this channel. What we will do is we will try and get the information for tomorrow and bring that to our listeners. I'm gonna try to see if I can find the public relations or the public education officer. And for the last time, if we get her, then she could probably indicate to us what is going on. So we have a dialing out taking place at this time. And we have a dialing out taking place at this time. They might be at this point trying to do the final tally why they are not available to us at this moment. So all right, so we are having that particular challenge. So I think at this point, from my end, Ms. Bishop and Mr. Hansen, I want to say thanks to you. You have been you have done a great deal today. Since this evening, all these hours we've been on, and we would have thought that we had crossed the line in terms of getting results out to the country and those who want the information. We would have thought that we'd have gotten that information to the listeners and the viewers by now. Unfortunately, that is not the case. Stand by for the time signal. We'll come back. All right, it's now 11 o'clock right here on NRP Media and NRP Radio. We were just at that point where we were saying that we were going to be doing the wrap and thanking Anne-Marie Bishop, attorney at law, and Sheldon Hansen for accepting to give NRP a boost this election. And a boost it was. Not too sure where that injection came from, but it's a boost. And we appreciate the fact that I sat there and I listened. I said, everybody's doing their thing. We are online, but we were able to stand the test. We were able to pull through. And even at this hour, we are still online, still pushing ahead, still providing the viewers and listeners with information that they can go back after today and view and listen to and say, hey, wait, where was the station all along? But we said time come for us. Not what is being utilized in the political field, but I think time has come for NRP, and we have really held our own. So from me and the team on this side, we want to say thanks to you both and the others who have come on this evening, giving the kind of support that we really, really would have wanted, and to bring the information to our people. So in your wrap, it's over to you.
Thank you. I will go first, Mr. Hanson, and let the gentleman close the platform. Thank you to all radio listeners, NRP Radio, and for the persons online on our Facebook page and also on our YouTube channel. We appreciate you joining us tonight to discuss and to review our local government election and preliminary reports that we have unconfirmed. It seems as if the PNP is ahead of the game, but we'll update you all tomorrow with more information. Also, we'd like to thank our sponsors again, VW Investments and TG Auto Supplies. We appreciate you investing in the program. We appreciate it so much. Thanks to the team, thanks to Dr. Emil, thanks to our communication officer, Mr. Leon Nash, for inviting us to participate in this program, such an important event, having the current government having deferred the local government election 4 times. We are now here. The results are out, not fully finalized, but in a few hours, we'll know for sure which party is ahead and who needs to do more work. Based on the information you put up earlier, Mr. Nash, it suggests that the PNP has won for the first time since 2011, which is 13 years ago. And that if that is a fact, that is a significant message that the voters are sending to not just the Labour Party, because they have held the post of local government position for years, but also it sends a message that perhaps we are demanding more. So persons are perhaps more aware, more educated, and they expect more at the local government level. Over to you, Mr. Hanson.
Well, that was more than just a mouthful. So let me use this opportunity to thank each and everyone who was on platform, Facebook, as well as our YouTube. For those who were on the road, let me thank you all for being a part of this evening discussion. As Bishop, as you rightly said, this is going to send a message to the Jamaica Labour Party that there's a lot more need to be done. Yes, and we are demanding more, and the more that we are demanding is accountability, and the more that we are demanding is security. Not just we're demanding social space. We are demanding food security. So there's so much that we're demanding. It's not just about just coming out there now and ringing the bell. So I know they'll be going back to the drawing board. So by tomorrow we should know. Tomorrow midday we should know who is actually enjoy the seat of local government. Based on the last result I even got from Kingston, they were tied. So it could very well be that Kingston and St. Andrew goes to the PNP. That could go in a tiebreaker. And based on their constitution, it could very well, the popular vote, which PNP is leading by head, that could go to them. The Portmore Municipal Corporation already, Mr. Leon has won by over 13,000 votes. So it's interesting days ahead.
Indeed.
As I said, and I'm looking forward to see what will be unfold. So thank you very much again for having me, and thank you very much.
Thank you too. Over to you, Mr. Nash.
Thank you so much. Right. Thank you so much, Anne-Marie Bishop, our host of tonight's broadcast, and this is well, it's not something before something, but the something that happened tonight. In other sense, they would call it inaugural. They would call it inaugural, but it was not inaugural. It was the broadcast that took place, and I'm so happy. You really the questions that were posed, the answers that were given, the kind of responses. Not too sure where where we're getting that ping from, but we're getting some pings in the background. Let me see if it's on my end, where photographs might be rolling in. All right, getting my mouse probably saying to me that I'm tired. so it's not even responding to me at this point, right? But we want to say thanks. So right, I've got it back now. I think that may be where the challenge is. Let me see what's going on with all of these. No, it's not there, right? Good. Right. So you have been a great team, and you have set the pace and set the bar so high for yourselves that when we are back again at another time, you're going to have to step up on the game, Miss Amber Bishop. So from us here at NRP Radio and NRP Media, on behalf of everybody, I'm not going to call out their names, but I think you've done a great job and shown that hey, NRP needs you. NRP has gotten you, and we are going to be a very, very good team to move forward with in the future. So we don't have to run anywhere to look for a team to analyze the general election that will come at some point. You'll be on with your team and more. And of course, it will be a greater time. So once again, at 8 minutes after 11 o'clock in the night, we say thanks to you. God bless you, and get some rest now. We may have to call on you at some point tomorrow. Hopefully, you're not going to court, right? When the results are known, we might have to call in and get in some other persons to come and sit down and talk with us about where do we go from here, because the manifestos that were put forward, I'm not too sure how much of it you were able to go through, but if the PNP wins, based on what we're seeing, the trend, then it means that we need to scour through their manifesto and to ensure that we have somebody from that side who will be able to come back in and talk to us about where they intend to take the party and the plans that they will have for Jamaica as outlined, being that you're going to be an opposition government at local government level with a national government of the Jamaica Labour Party. So that's something that we will have to sleep on, wake up, and probably come up with some answers. Thanks again.
Definitely. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Mr. Hanson. And you sat quite comfortable, sir. You sat quite comfortably and gave an analysis.
Pleasure is mine, sir.
You beat all others, I would want to tell you.
Mr. Nash,
I'm in good company, Mr. Nash. That's why. that lady that is right there, sir.
Yes.
Yeah, she's in good company. That's why.
Very well, very well, very well. All right. I'm just searching to get my promo to cue out of here. Just one moment, please, so that we can do it in fine style. Right here on this station, NRP Media and NRP Radio. That's where we have been the whole day. We brought you reports from the streets, and we are here at this point, closing out for the rest of tonight. Here we go.
The National Religious Partnership Media and Radio, your primary Christian source for news, sports, the weather, and top-of-the-line gospel music, is pleased to have been associated with the coverage of this 2024 local government election. The broadcast came to you courtesy of VW Investments and TG's Lubricant and Accessories, located Main Street, Christiana and Spaldings. Looking for low prices? Call them today at telephone number 876-282-0993.
Thank you so much and have a good night. We're going to be now handing it back now to Master Control with our radio platform, nrpmediaja.com, right? So 24 hours operation. We now go back into that as we await the final results from the Electoral Office of Jamaica. But when that comes, you'll hear of it, hopefully, in the news at 6:30 tomorrow morning. My name is Leon Nash on behalf of the entire team, saying, have yourselves a good night.
Hi there, I'm Leon Nash, CEO of NRPmediaja.com, and you are listening to NRPmediaja.com.
Discover the power of seamless connection with Suritsu Communications, your go-to wireless internet provider. Right here in your backyard, our expert team delivers state-of-the-art internet service promptly and professionally. Choose from our comprehensive packages: air speed, home, advanced, or custom, all designed for the data-driven user. Ready for lightning fast internet? Call us at 876-333-1926 or